welcome to a special edition of Decibel Geek Live. We're doing it on a Thursday night because it's a special night. This is our New Year's Eve celebration / Big F off to 2020 as we kick it on back in the past where it belongs. I'm Aaron Camaro, joined as always on this live fun thing we like to do with my co-host. Yeah, see, it's still backwards, Chris Simzak. And from Decibel Geek TV, the man who's celebrating his 5-year anniversary of doing his thing on YouTube with Decibel Geek TV, the one and only Rockin' Ron.
You still couldn't get it right.
I thought if I started doing it on the laptop, I wouldn't have to worry about that. I hadn't thought about it. It's all the same. It's all the same.
Everything is backwards.
Mm-hmm. But hopefully not for very much longer. Hopefully going in 2021, things are going to get smooth. The concerts are going to come back. We're going to start having fun again. We're going to get Rockin' Pod back again. And, you know, I'm so over 2020 that I'm glad it's over.
Oh, yeah, that makes all of us. This has been it's been a shit show of a year. And, I'm just happy that we all survived it, to be honest. There's several people that did not, so our hearts go out. And I got the news today that our friend John Lamoureux from The Hustle, his father passed from COVID yesterday or today, and our hearts go out to that guy, and just terrible stuff. And Nashville had a very eventful Christmas. Had a giant bomb go off in front of one of the buildings downtown, and that was crazy, but...
Sorry about that.
Yeah, it was crazy. I mean, nobody died, thank goodness, but you know.
Yeah. What are you apologizing for?
Yeah.
I was eating Taco Bell in an RV, and you know,
that explains a lot.
Yeah, that does explain.
If that was true, the damage would have been a lot worse, as well as the fatality level.
There's live footage of Rockin' Ron on Christmas morning. That's what Taco Bell does to you guys. All right, so but we persevere, we move forward. Hopefully things get better in 2021. This has been one of the craziest years I've ever experienced in my life. That's for damn sure. But yeah, it's it's time for a new year, and I'm happy to get moving on it. But I don't know. Did you guys have a good Christmas? What'd you do?
Not a whole hell of a lot, you know. We didn't get together with, you know, anybody that was, I guess you'd consider extended family. You know, normally we go see my mom. We didn't go do that this year. We just kind of stuck to ourselves, you know, right. doing what you can to try to not get sick. I mean, this is supposed to be the home stretch. I sure don't want to catch it now.
Yeah.
You made it all this time. You know, if you were fortunate enough to have made it all this time, it would sure suck to catch it at the end.
Yeah, and we were supposed to go to Amarillo, Texas to stay with my brother-in-law or visit with him. We were going to stay at a hotel, and like probably 2 days before we were gonna go down there and get our flight, my brother-in-law called, goes, my son, he's about 19, 20, he was in town visiting. He's like, he just tested positive. And I was like, okay, we're not going.
Maybe next time.
Yeah.
See you in 2021.
Honestly, I was relieved. You know, I wanted to see everybody and, you know, be part of it and see Amarillo and all that, but it's better if we wait till things go back to normal. But yeah, I don't know. What about you, Ron? What'd you guys do?
About the same. Didn't do a whole lot. You know, got together with a few family but for the most part, played it safe. Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to get our things back here.
Decibel Geek New Year's Rockin' Eve.
Yes. Hi from Dick, Kristen.
I ain't going to say it.
Yeah, it's fine. I figured I might as well try to bring some retro stuff back. Had a lot of good times watching the Dick Clark's Rockin' Eve, even though the lineup was usually not great. But of course, the Kiss appearances were always cool. You know, they did it on was it 96 going into 97 on the reunion tour. They were in New Jersey. We talked to Andrew Scambatti about that. That was cool. Even though they used the clip that you watched them play Rock and Roll All Night, they were using Atlanta footage, which is kind of weird. But the one I remember was I think it was 92 going into 93 or 93 going into 94. Yeah. They played at Pleasure Island in Orlando with the non-makeup lineup, and they played Rock and Roll Night, of course, but they also did Making Love, which was surprising. You know, that was the second song they played. And I remember that night because I had a buddy of mine over who was the bass player in my band at the time. I was still in high school, and I was getting into theatrical makeup at the time, like doing like latex stuff and like doing wounds and shit like that because I was really into horror movies. And he was like, do me up as a member of KISS since KISS is playing on New Year's Eve. And he wanted me to do him up like Peter Criss. And man, I worked my ass off for like 3 hours, but I need to dig out the photos. I still have photos of it. And I did a damn good job on his makeup. But yeah, we were up till like 3 a.m. watching KISS and doing makeup. That didn't sound good. Oh man.
I went to a party one time with my friend Craig Walters many, many, many years ago. And it was one of these parties where it was like me and him and somebody we met at a bar and a whole bunch of people we don't even know. And so we hang out for a while and it's getting pretty late and people are starting to leave. And it's like, yeah, let's get on out of here. And on our way out the door, we saw 4 dudes sitting on the couch, all 4 of them right next to each other, passed out. And one of us had a big black permanent magic marker.
To draw a dick on the forehead.
We drew them all. We drew them all up like KISS members with their paint colored in jeans, makeup, and I mean they were passed out cold. So we did them all up like KISS, their lips and everything, and hit the road.
That's just like the scene out of Detroit Rock City, right?
Did they do it with a marker?
I don't know if it was a marker, but they made the Guido Disco guys up like KISS. Remember?
Yeah.
Put fag makeup on me. I remember that. Oh man! Hey, like our buddy David Cathy is watching tonight.
Nice. What's up, Dave?
One of my favorite people in the world. So, did any of you guys watch the KISS Dubai show today?
No.
No.
I did catch some posts on reviews or something on it, and the criticism, good, the bad, and the ugly.
Yeah. Well,
I haven't seen nothing about it.
The thing about KISS is, like, I really wish KISS would use more flames in their marketing. They don't have nearly enough flames in their marketing. My God. Did you see the backdrop for our talk tonight? Like, I totally ripped off their logo and their look for that. But yeah, I don't know. When I see KISS marketing, I just want to do this. That's what I want to do. That's me at KISS's offices.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but yeah, I saw it and I saw part of it. I didn't order it, but there were plenty of people that were streaming it from their television onto Facebook. So I got to see some of it, and some interesting things they had. Gene had to change the lyrics to God of Thunder because of, I guess, because of the religious law there. And like, well, before he even went into the song, he didn't spit blood. He just sort of mouthed all the stuff that he usually does, and then he went into God of Thunder, which I guess blood is a big no-no there. And then he said, I was something like, I was born with a fever instead of I was born on Olympus, and will surely rob you, instead of rob you of your virgin soul, it says something like rob you of your sacred gold or something like that. And I heard
it's a whole different world over there, and it's just kind of first opening up to outside entertainment coming in.
Yeah.
And I know in the last few years WWE had been going there, but the thing was, at first there was no women allowed. Mm-hmm. So all the women wrestlers had to stay home. They could not be featured because, for the most part, they're dressed pretty sexy, and so that wasn't allowed. And then finally, after like a couple of times going back and people making such a big deal about it, they let a couple of chicks wrestle, but they were covered completely. They wore black like spandex, were covered completely, had to wear like baggy t-shirts over the top. So,
wow.
Things are different over there for what's allowed and what's not allowed. It's not a free country like the United States or, most of the world.
But I will say this, and obviously, and Paul was using the tracks like always, but people should be thankful for that because I saw some sound check footage of Detroit Rock City where he wasn't doing the tracks, and oh my goodness. But so like that's kind of like beside the point now. But I will give credit where it's due. Like what I did see the finale with Rock and Roll All Night, and man, the amount of pyro they shot off was just nuts. So I'll give him,
Michael Bagford makes a good point right here. You know that they were able to do cold gin.
It's Kool-Aid time again. Yeah, that is weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I heard
how some things are not okay and other things you'd think would be about the same.
Yeah, and I heard they did 100,000 years, but instead of must have been a bitch while I was gone, Paul said must have been a trip while I was gone. So the word bitch, I guess, is outlawed over there. You can't curse either.
So I guess in order to do this show, Kiss has to turn over a set list and I guess lyrics. We want to know the songs and we want to see the lyrics. Yeah. Yep, this is fine. This is fine. Rock and Roll All Night. Yeah, shout it. Yeah, good. Oh, Virgin Soul. No, that's not. We can't do that. You know, Olympus. You know, you don't mention other religious, Greek things or whatever. Or no swearing, no blood, no blood. Flames. Yeah, more flames.
More and more and more flames. See, just like that. All right. I did see that our friend Buddy Baker, he watched it and he said that Vinnie Vincent actually did make a surprise appearance, and here's evidence of that. There's Vinnie Vincent with Kiss.
Oh, there he is.
Yes, I mean that doesn't look like a bad. That doesn't look like a bad Photoshop at all.
How did he get through security?
He's a good swimmer.
He swam all the way across to Dubai. That's too funny.
With a pink flying V strapped to his back.
Oh my God. So we're a couple minutes early, but I see that our guests are backstage and it looks like they might be ready. Guys, give me a thumbs up if you're ready to come on. Like Bakko does this and then gives me a thumbs up. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, you know him, you love him. The Podfather, Ken Mills, and the Bakko from Cobras and Fire.
All right. The Bakko. Wow. Do I have audio or not?
You do. We can hear you.
Hello.
Okay.
Yes.
There's Ken. Looking good, Ken Mills.
Sup,
thank you.
Mr. Mills?
Nothing too much. Good to see you, Rock and Ron, Aaron, Chris, Bakko. Love to you all. I was expecting to hear thunderous applause from your effects board there.
Yeah.
Oh, I can take care of that. You just have to give me a second.
There we go.
Wait.
Okay.
Oh no, that's not the right one. Sorry.
Here's Ken Mills.
Wait, there you go. How's that?
Thank you. So good.
I'm sorry, that was right next to Paul Stanley's vocals. So, yeah.
There you go.
Nothing for me, man. That fucking thanks a lot, man.
Yeah.
There you go. That was from Dubai.
That's too bad.
Dubai or not
and
Dubai.
Detroit and Cleveland and New York.
You know, that whole rundown of things they had to change, it reminded me of that Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. It's like, here are a list of things that are just reasons don't do this.
Not a reason to live, but a reason not to do.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's really not that unusual for Kiss to change a few things. I'm not being a Kiss apologist because, frankly, these changes.
No, you're right. They've been
sellouts
for a long time. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they would say that they sell out everywhere they go because that's the good old thing.
Fresh.
But like when they go to Germany, they have to change the S's, And when they play any Native American casinos or any venues that are on Native American property, Gene won't spit blood there. So interesting.
And did they like change even to do like Fridays? They had the guts and not the balls to stand alone on I.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but see, I can almost understand that. That was like what, 1982, something like that.
Long time ago.
I can almost understand
Fuck that. Rock and roll, baby.
Yeah,
Ace.
but if these guys are wanting to have an American presence there, American rock and roll and Yankee blue jeans, yes. If they want that, they've got to learn to accept a little bit more and understand religion, culture, mind crimes and all that. But it's just messed up.
What happened to the good old days when the Doors wouldn't censor themselves on Ed Sullivan?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. What would Jim Morrison do?
I don't know,
but think about it. You know, the Doors and the Rolling Stones both did that thing where they went rebel and they changed, you know, let's spend, instead of some time together, let's spend the night together.
Yeah.
You know, there's a big difference in some ways between some of the stuff and that stuff. I mean, those changes were so minuscule, it's so harmless. Now, like, I was thinking about this the other day, that like, remember that Bon Jovi song "Living in Sin"?
Mm-hmm.
And it was like,
it's a classic.
Yeah, and it was like Bon Jovi was like, oh, this is going to get us some airplay because it's, you know, but by that point it was not a shocking thing. But if you take something like a song from the 60s where they reference somebody living with you, that was like scandalous.
Right,
like that got you written about in Time magazine in 1987 or 89. It was Who Gives a Shit, right?
Right.
I literally think
if
you
Kiss
got
was
the
gonna
muscle,
go,
you flex it, baby. You don't fuck. You stand your ground. You do not tell me I have to change light my fire to light my grill.
Light my grill.
Or in Ron's case,
presents.
Exactly.
Or in Ron's case, instead of light my fire, it's light my farts, right?
Exactly.
There you go.
That's the grand finale.
In Ron's case, look at that. I got it right. See, Ken,
wait a minute.
Yes, you did.
You're pointing at.
Oh shit! Watch out!
In here. Oh.
You gotta learn how to do the.
Good.
All right.
This is
now,
the.
See,
this
if I would have
my
had the preparation.
Yeah.
Hi, Aaron.
See, if I would have had preparation,
Hey,
I could have
Chris.
put like black makeup on my face and messed my hair up.
Hey, Ken. Hi, Ken.
This is the greatest episode of Point Counterpoint I've ever seen.
I said I was bringing the pyro. Come on.
I'll leave the pyro to you.
So I'd like to send a shout out to everyone over at Dax Nielsen's. Well, they can't call it a
Jesus
fan club
Christ, are you
because-
in Kiss?
No. But this is Dax Nielsen's. You can't call it a fan club. It's called the officially unofficial Olympic taco eating team. So hello to everybody over there. Thank you for the shirt.
Okay.
I would like to
We got
thank myself. Thank you, God, for the beautiful face, and thank you, Sunglasses.
Look at that
for the
pudding.
sunglasses. Yeah.
You just thank God for that face. Okay.
I wore my Cinderella shirt because I figured that was appropriate since after midnight I'm going to turn into a passed out drunk.
You almost got there, buddy.
A pumpkin.
And I'll lose my shoes,
Wow.
too.
Your hat, either
I
I'm
love
on
your hat,
something
though.
already,
Yeah.
but your hat is, look at that, everyone.
No, that's fresh.
That's the greatest hat I've ever seen. Bakko's is a close second, though. I like that one too.
Yeah, Bakko's is super cool.
Timeless.
I'm of
Yes.
course wearing a wig, so
Ken's raccoon wig.
that's me.
Kiss
That would be a
that
good
wig
name for a band.
goodbye.
So
Dubai.
Bakko, I'm sure you watched the Dubai show. What were your thoughts?
You know, let me just say this because maybe a lovely listener of our program is checking in. We will be covering the Dubai show on the next Cobras and Fire, and that's all I'm going to say.
Okay. I'm sure nothing but glowing reviews.
Yeah.
I heard they did break out Strutter, so Paul did go into a studio before they did the show.
They didn't play that at Las Vegas.
I don't know.
They didn't have
Well-
the audio to pull from that.
Well, if that one's studio, it didn't sound studio-ish.
Yeah.
Nah, I will say the stage and like the production value was pretty damn good. I mean, I'll give them credit for that. So like it did appear nice.
Yeah, it was cool as hell, man.
Well, here are my complaints. First off, the change in song lyrics, that was a big thing. I was wondering how they were going to handle the crowd sounds. Like I was hoping that it wasn't 100% so obvious that it was going to be like Kiss Alive 2. Just imagine that, right? It could have been really bad. But
it's like watching the NFL now, watching Kiss Live at this thing. Yeah.
Yeah, well, like anything, right? Like, it's weird. I know Bakko's favorite show is that Masked Singer, and I say it because Nick Carter on is that his name? No, Nick Cannon. Nick Cannon, the host. I know you're in
I know
his
him,
fan
yeah.
club, Bakko. Yeah, but he always says Masked Singer, like singer, like Eric Singer.
Singer.
Right? But anyway, I don't know if anybody caught that this year, but they went to like past seasons and literally recreated audience with like they had to like do the beats per minute kind of thing. So like if a song is like a certain thing, they would get people like, oh wow, or if it's a sad one, people would do the rocking stuff. Yeah, I almost had to give it to them for like spending that much time to make sure that it looked right, because at the end of the show it had this thing, little disclaimer. It says audience portions were previously recorded and due to COVID, blah blah blah. But they didn't like let you know what I mean? But that was interesting. So I was wondering how Kiss was going to handle that. But the biggest problem that I have with the whole thing was it started as Detroit Rock City was like already like they filmed this huge beginning and did nothing with it. They had this screen with Kiss, and then they're there in the fire, and then every time the fire would come up, you'd see them, and then it separates, and then they come down, right? None of that was seen by anybody that paid for it. So it was just, if you're gonna
probably
like
a technical
miss the
thing, though, don't you have to give them a little bit of a break there?
Yeah.
And I'm sure that'll all get hammered out. But the thing that pisses me off, and this is probably going to be hammered out too by the time it gets to Blu-ray, is you wonder if the guy who directed this ever went to a Kiss concert. Because there are moments where if you've seen more than one
I gotta stop you there, Ken. There were more cameras than there were at any other show in 2020. This was the biggest show ever built. This is the biggest stage.
Right? No, he's right. ...
Well, at one point,
unverified
at one
facts.
Point I said, at one point I said, I only see like 18 cameras. Like I think I've only seen like 18 different views.
You're counting them.
You're like writing down.
I was trying to keep up, but there are certain moments.
The other 32 were drones.
Exactly.
Well, in their defense, we fuck up our intro every week too. So.
That's true. Well, we didn't fuck it up today.
That's right.
But
how many times
you mentioned the drones. Every once in a while you'd see those drones. They'd be flying up, and then they'd like just come down real fast, and just like, shit, is there someone doing something nefarious? Is this a bomb? What the hell's going on here? Because anything is possible, right? Yeah. But if you've ever been to any Kiss concerts, you know that there are those certain moments where this thing is going to happen, whatever it is, right? And it seemed like the director was like, can we get a shot of someone's shoes while this thing that people are at home going, this is the moment? And he's like filming guitars. Just imagine, this frustration. I'm sure you've all had it at some point. If you're a fan of a band, every time they cut to the guitar solo, they'll like show the tambourine player all of a sudden. It's like, no, I want to figure out what that guy's doing on guitar, right? So it was like an entire concert of those kind of events.
Yeah, that
whereas the thing that
too
should be seen was not. So anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, they did catch this special moment on stage. So I mean, you got to give them credit for that.
They were the only ones. That's amazing.
Oh boy, yeah.
That was a literally blink and you miss it thing. So what's your favorite albums this year for 2020, guys?
Oh man.
I think that's what we're doing next week.
Yeah, we're trying not to spoil too much. Well, I have a lot of catching up to do, but
well, I won't be there, so
I listen to Cobras and Fire, and so I'm just going to copy all Loose Cannon's picks.
My number one pick was Michael Grant and the Assassins. I think it's
oh really? I like that one too.
That was nice hard rock record. Yeah, thanks for listening, asshole.
Yeah, no, I did.
No, I was talking to Chris.
Well, I was listening to some of the best of 2020 when you put out, and I love the Ticket Shaft thing that you played. I know that was from earlier in the year, but that was funny as shit.
The phone.
Yeah, the phone message.
Nice.
He saved the show.
Yeah, there he is, right there. He's doing it.
Look at me, I'm saving the show.
Yeah,
like, that is my kind of photoshopping too. I love it.
Yeah, I know. That's better than what I usually do.
That's my level, yeah.
Well, and I saw that some people were saying that Eric Singer looked like he had put on a few pounds, but I have a conspiracy theory here. I think that wasn't Eric Singer because I actually got this exclusive photo sent to me, and I think it was this guy.
Oh.
He came out of retirement. Because anybody can wear Peter's makeup at this point, right? I mean, roadies, drummers for Cheap Trick.
Yeah.
But,
you mean Catman's makeup? I don't know.
Catman.
I don't know who Peter is. That's for you, Eddie Trunk.
There's one interesting thing. I use the the Fight app.
Hey, Cassius Morris. Man, that
Cassius.
fucking hot shot. You know what, Cassius? Fuck you for being so much better at everything. Happy New Year, Cassius, man.
Happy New Year.
Keep it up. Love you.
So I got the concert through this app called Fight, and they basically do like MMA and wrestling stuff, right? It's mostly stuff and a few concerts. Mm-hmm. But you can tell what they're really like heavy into because there's this section you see where you paid and when the concert's going to start, and then there's a thing that had some typos in it. It's like you can enjoy Kiss in your leaving room. So that shows you the quality of
your leaving room.
Your leaving room. And that's like, what, just before you die, this is your leaving room. This is the last thing you're going to see.
That's so fucking crazy because that's literally what I renamed it when that came on today. Yeah. So I called it the living room when Kiss 2020 Goodbye came on.
So
hey, JTB. What's up, brother?
Hey, JTB. So like at the bottom.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. I would like. I need to promote JTB's Groovy Record Room for sponsoring my appearance on the show.
Oh, okay.
That's for you, Ken Mills. Notice how I can correctly do that now. I've gotten to practice.
Hey, man, I can do it too. Man.
Let's touch finger.
This is Rocket. No, this is Aaron.
Michelangelo.
We are. Hold on. A little further, Bakko. Hot. There you go.
That was disgusting.
First, we were gingerly touching tips, and then it got weird.
Was that like avocado and salsa and some sort of sour cream?
You wish.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So anyway, on this page on the app, you get down to the bottom, and where it has the credits of who's going to be in the show. It said Fighters: Paul Stanley, Gene Simmons, Eric Singer, and Tommy Thayer. Fighters. It almost felt like I was playing Kiss's version of Mortal Kombat. Up next, Duel Fatality.
Finish him.
And as soon as the concert was over, the Prince of Dubai walked out on stage and said, "All right, now fight to the death." That's nice. What we're here. Concert and fight to the death. That's what you're getting paid for.
Oh, how much does that pay?
Oh yeah, we need a little Gene Simmons impersonation.
Ooh,
Come on, Ken.
Well, we could do our due diligence and just have Tommy and Eric kill themselves. Well, like if it comes down to Kiss Survivor, Gene and Paul are going to say, "What do you think we pay you for?" Right?
Right? Yeah.
Ken, could you? Ken, I have a request.
Yes.
Could you do Gene Simmons explaining to Tommy and Eric why they have to share a hotel room when Gene and Paul each get their own?
Well, the thing of it is that, and everyone needs to know this, is that you two will get along so good, and you guys this will give you time to work on things, whereas Paul and I will be having meetings all day, with everybody from Dubai and all these other places. It's going to be fantastic, and this is really going to help the KISS brand out. This is really going to help the KISS Corporation out. Do you want to keep your jobs? All right.
Yeah. Oh, that's too funny.
That's awesome.
I did really enjoy seeing Tommy play that Gibson Explorer with the mirror on it. It was kick-ass.
I like him playing the Explorer better than the Les Paul. I think it looks cooler.
Yeah.
Although
and Gene was playing the Fire
Thunderbirds.
Sorry.
Was it
Firebird,
a Gibson?
Firebird.
Isn't his signature model the Epiphone?
Now it's a Gibson. Now they're paying. So Can Gene Simmons explain $99 socks from Brian Murphy? Well,
watch the sex tape.
Let me explain something to you,
Next
Brian.
episode of Cobras and Fire to find out the answer to that.
Yeah.
Brian
They're very
Murphy.
absorbent. Very absorbent.
First
like
off,
next level absorbance.
Moist and hot. But Brian Murphy, here's the thing. We did a very extensive survey among KISS fans through kissonline.com. And what we did was we asked people if they would rather have that or KISS toilet paper again. And it came down to socks. And we feel that you would feel better owning 4 pairs of socks for $100 as opposed to 4 rolls of toilet paper, which frankly are going to use up very quickly. Unless you're Bakko, and he'll be using those socks because they have my face on them.
Anybody else a little creeped out right now? All right.
It's like it's coming at you in 3D.
Yeah.
What'd you have for dinner, Ken? Sour cream?
Oh man.
Moist.
I will say one of my favorite Rockin' Pod memories is Ken Mills and Craig Gass doing a gene off with each other on the second Rockin' Pod.
Yeah.
That was fun. Craig's a good guy.
Yeah. We're hoping to bring him back because we're hoping to do a Kiss Meets the Phantom screening with him and Courtney and Don Jameson doing live commentary.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
JTB's telling you to calm down, Ken.
Settle down. Everybody cool out.
Oh man. So Ken, what is the podcasting status with Kiss FAQ, or not Kiss FAQ, but with Podcast and Cheap Talk and all your other podcasts? What's going on?
Well, everything's still happening. One of the things about this year, it's been full of challenges, I think, for everybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's some points where you're going like, who wants to hear us prattle on about KISS box sets about socks? You know what I mean? It kills me that Bruce Springsteen is putting out this 24-disc set, and we get 4 pairs of socks in a cardboard KISS box. KISS alliteration, right? In a KISS cardboard box. Keep it away from flames.
And you just see the picture, and you're like, I cannot wait to jerk off after I get these.
Hot.
Hello, they need more flames, more flames. You gotta have flames.
They've got to stop that.
You get an explosion of a certain kind.
That's the jerk socks from Cobras and Fire.
Which, by the way, we should tell people, Bakko, that
there they are.
There's an episode. Yeah.
Only $88.
Yeah. Hey, absolutely. These are only $88 if someone will send that to me. Yeah.
It'll sell as fast as that box of Cobras.
Hey, man.
That means it'll sell at some point. I'm going to get $88 for a pair
hey,
of
man.
Cheap
Listen, Bakko, I was so disappointed that the shirt in that was not my size. You know what I mean? Which is why I've been fighting to lose all this weight. I went from size 8X down to 3X. So I'm coming for that box, literally.
If it's okay to make a fat joke, that's why it's clear you're a KISS fan.
Oh man.
They stopped making L's for Kiss t-shirts. Yes.
Yeah.
Long ago. They know they're fans.
It is bizarre.
This guy.
Matt always complains about going to Hot Topic, and it's like they have cool shirts, but none for adults, right? So
isn't that fucking crazy? Like their XLs look like a fucking baby's diaper, a onesie or something. It's like
I think they are.
Yeah, it's fucking nuts.
But as far as what's going on with the shows, just trying to keep things going. Like I was amazed that we wound up doing 12 episodes of podcast this year, because at some point it was just like, I can't do this anymore, right? And that goes with everything. I think if anybody was able to survive not being clinically depressed this year, you know what I'm saying? Because it's been a rough year, man. And then you think about Nashville, like, good God, can you guys put up with anything more? It's like we're hoping that some magic thing happens on 2021, but from the tornadoes to everything else, it's just been hell. And I love Nashville. I feel like it's a second home in a way. Every time I come there, I'm treated like a king, and it's fantastic. And you haven't lived, folks, till you've had that happen. Seriously, and you guys have always treated me very good.
Oh yeah, and we'd love to have you back in August. I can't say more than that on air, but yeah, we're working on stuff. We're hoping to have stuff going in August. So,
but it's been a fun year in the sense that I've got to do some creative things. Like, for example, there have been 14 books that have come out this year that I've either been mentioned in, or had an interview with me in, or I did artwork for. It was amazing. So it's
awesome
on that side of things. It was pretty good. On the other hand, it kind of crushed a lot of things that we were doing. Like, for example, we were doing the button stuff and selling pictures and stuff to raise money to help people. Sometimes it's to help someone who maybe lose a house, or maybe someone fighting cancer. Bakko, you and your company helped us out with that. You know what I'm speaking about. But we tried to make it, something that could be an event and something that could help people. But it's a little bit harder when you can't hand out these buttons and things one-on-one. And I know that might sound crazy, but concerts were a way to help people, seriously. Because anytime we've ever made any money off any of our merchandise or anything like that, we've always put it towards things. And I've seen the generosity of people this year in so many different ways, and it's just been fantastic. And Bakko, if I never thanked you for what you did to help that person, and I know that you were told some of it, I believe, but thank you for
it's covered, man. You're welcome. But we've talked, so
yeah, it's been amazing.
I don't want to brag here, Ken, but
oh boy,
I was mentioned on a lot of paper this year too.
Right.
It was mostly arrest warrants, but
I was gonna say tax evasion and other things that we can't mention.
I'll take a mention everywhere I can.
But it's good to see Decibel Geek moving into the video world.
Yeah,
That's something. Yeah, that's something I'd like to maybe check out at some point, but I've got a face for radio, so
don't we all? Look at us.
What can I tell you?
We look like a lineup of Dick Tracy villains. Jesus.
Nice.
Yeah, they always had weird alliterations, like Flatfoot, Roundhead, Fuckface. Like that was.
For those of you younger than David Cathy, Dick Tracy was a comic book.
I know that joke hasn't aged well at all.
That was really my way for giving a shout out to David Cathy. He just said something nice.
Yeah, that's the one person that got the joke probably that's watching.
Yeah.
I'm gonna show Ken something. I've mentioned this to you before.
Hey,
but
I've jerked off to Madonna.
Hey, now haven't we all? I had that coffee table book too, Yeah. So Kent, what year did podcast start? Was it like 2005?
2006. The last month of 2006. Yeah.
I'm going to show you a couple things. I've talked to you about this before. I still have my CDs that I would burn of podcast episodes. This was when Sonic Boom was released, and you guys took calls. You remember that?
Oh, that was insane. That was a weird exercise in finding out that there were not just people that listened, because we saw that like all along the way, but we had like 2,000 people calling into a phone bank, and we got shut down that night. Remember?
Yeah.
Remember, they just turned everything off for a while and like hit reset, and everybody had to call back in. That was just bizarre.
Yeah, and then I've got like, this is the Todd Howarth interview. I've got that.
That was great.
This was
Remember he did a song
Tommy
just
Thayer
for us.
episode. Yeah.
Yep.
I've got I've still got all the CD, because I didn't even have an iPod to download podcasts. So I would download the MP3 and burn it onto a CD. What the hell are you doing,
Bakko's showing us his MP3 collection. Taking a picture.
He's taking a selfie.
No,
But,
I'm taking a Eufy, you fucking
A
asshole.
Eufy.
Damn, I was
But-
that escalated
Broadcasting
quickly.
us to Dubai for free.
Oh, okay.
Chris,
Wait a minute, I
remember.
gotta fix my hair.
Oh man, that was
What
like
hair?
my
Oh, it looks
biggest
great.
thing. When I was getting on here, if you would have seen me, I was trying to get some sort of thing going, because as soon as you put headphones on, it looks like the sign of MASH where it's pointing in all different directions.
Yeah.
This was horrible. But you have a bookcase of those, right? The shows, right?
Of the podcast, I just have the 3 CDs per.
Oh, okay. Because people.
I would burn over them though. Like I would like use the same CD and then add stuff to it. So yeah.
But there are people who send us pictures like they got those big CD wallets and they're 150 of them, and it's like, here's every episode and stuff like that.
That's cool.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty neat.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was a podcast listener before I knew what even podcasts were. It was
I was actually on Podcast before I knew what a podcast was, because
Yeah.
I honestly didn't know.
Yeah, because you had a if I remember right, you had a radio background.
Yeah,
Yep.
face for radio, right? But yeah, I used to do a lot of radio and stuff, and I didn't know what it was. And Gary was like, "I'd really like you to come in and help us out." And I'm like, "Here, I'll do artwork. I don't know what else to do." And on the month that the first episode went up, I just happened to go from dial up to what the hell's the word for it? Wi-Fi, But anyway,
DSL.
yeah, I started working from home, so I needed to, get high speed. And I was like, oh shit, this is just radio. Why didn't you just tell me it was radio? So the Rock and Roll podcast says my buzz is kicking in.
You aren't alone, my friend.
Mine
There
too.
you go.
I need a refill actually. But yeah, I was into that, and although you guys ruined Escape from the Island for me forever, because every time I hear that song start, I expect Gary to come in with "Thanks for listening. You can hear us at blah blah blah."
Yeah, we get that compliment / complaint all of the time. Same with the opening, But you wonder how long that will even be able to stay. Like, we put up an episode called Snap this year about how, like, I feel bad because, like, I led the journey to Spotify. Remember, I was like, "Hey guys, let's all get on Spotify." Because Spotify contacted me and said, "Hey, we want you to come on the show. Bring your friends." And I did. And then they used us. And then they said, "Get the hell out of here." You know what I mean? And I feel bad in a way. You know what I'm saying?
We know the feeling, don't we, Aaron?
We were contacted, individually. I don't know, whatever. It's just so I don't know.
Right.
Fuck that bullshit.
And now Amazon's doing it. So it just seems like it's a new business model. You have to wonder, if you do work at a record company, that you've got to be scratching your head going, why are they wanting to have podcast X or whatever on, as opposed?
Oh my god!
Well, you know who sounds like him?
Of course, it's me,
dude. What do you think, dude? Fuck that guy. Sorry.
Fucking love that show. Hello, Stroman. Hi, how you doing?
Geek, man.
Yeah, he's
I'm
not
too busy playing with trains, man.
He's too busy playing Barnes in Colorado, right, Ron?
Yeah.
Bakko, do a thing where Sebastian gets his train set up, and he's explaining to someone how cool it is that he can put weed in this train and it'll go all around the thing. And I forget by the time it gets here that I sent myself some weed, man.
All right, you guys got to check this out. I just got my new screenshot set up, right? I'm going to totally put a little bag of weed in the back here where the fire's supposed to go, man. All right, let's go around the track. Oh, yeah. Choo-choo. All right, it's coming around. Oh, look at it. Oh, my Lord. No, it did not fall off the track, baby. Oh, my. It's got weed. My train just bought me weed, man. How cool is that? I mean, one day I woke up from a bender and I was like, I love trains. Someone wants Gene and Bach to have a conversation.
Yeah.
You know, Bakko,
No, Sebastian.
maybe you should get Sebastian to come out and him and Gene could talk about, due diligence and being fiduciary and exploiting their brands to the utmost potential.
I don't even know what that means. Man, fiduciary.
But it does sound cool coming from me, right?
I guess fiduciary.
I did not see this happening.
Pinball.
You notice that there's no Skid Row pinball machines.
Oh my God, you just blew my fucking mind.
Why don't you smoke another bowl? It's legal now. And if you go to genesimmons.com, you can.
Gene is actually at least he was an endorser of some Canadian pot thing because that's not like you're the world's biggest hypocrite.
Well,
who here likes to smoke some weed with Gene Simmons?
All I can do for Bach is, dude. That's all I can do.
But here's the thing. If you go to kissonline.com, you can buy a Kiss bowl and a Kiss bong and a Kiss pipe that looks like my tongue.
I'm looking for a Kiss ride home because Uber blocked me.
Buy my Cameo, dude.
One of my favorite things I ever did with the Gene Simmons thing was we did this thing for the Kiss Room, a skit where for the vault, if you'll pay Gene Simmons $2,000 to come to your house, how much will you pay to get him to leave?
That was so fucking funny.
And he does this thing where he asks them if they have any chocolate cake, and things like that.
Yeah.
And then he's sitting down with them and it's like, my ride's supposed to be here any moment. I don't know what's taking them. What are you watching? Don't you get any of the good channels? And then they're watching a movie and he goes, oh, I know who did it, the butler. And the family goes, oh. And then he goes to the bathroom and you hear the person outside, Gene, are you okay in there? You're going to need...
Sorry about that. Did you miss
plunger?
Me?
No.
Yeah, we missed you. You're going to need a plunger and a mop.
I think our bit was for $2,000. He's like, we put him to work. He mows the lawn, does dishes, and it's like, well, while you're at my house, these are things I need you to do,
Yeah.
because I can't do it like you can, but it's like, because I will do whatever you want to do with the Gene Simmons ball. So like, well, fair enough. Vacuum, bitch.
Yeah, but here's what Gene would do is he would turn around and say, for only $200, you can vacuum this floor for me. He would pay Kiss fans. No, Kiss fans would pay him for the opportunity to do those chores.
Not this one.
That would actually happen. Yeah, but there's plenty of people that would. Yeah,
absolutely.
My experience with Gene Simmons at the Nashville Vault show was telling him where the men's room was. That was it.
Really?
Yeah, I got there on a media access because my friend that's a local DJ had a extra media pass, and Keith Valcourt, nice guy, but was like, you don't get to talk to him because you didn't buy a vault. I'm like, okay. And he's just like, can someone tell me where the men's room is? And I was like, it's right over there. And he's like, thank you. And
I tell you, but I'm not supposed to talk to you, so you're going to have to
I'm
ask
going to go on
somebody
Matt
else.
Porter on that bitch.
Well,
And
he
then
was.
Chris followed him into the men's room and tapped his toe under the stall.
Shut up! You're not supposed to tell people about that. But no, he was actually hanging out in the lounge area when it was over with one other guy, and I was so tempted to go over there and talk to him, and I was like, no, I'm going to leave the man alone. I'm not going to bug him. Plus, he had to deal with Vinnie Vincent that day, so I didn't want to bother him. You want to talk about a very awkward exchange between those two? If you think it's awkward watching it on YouTube, imagine being in the room for that shit.
Yeah, that had to be.
I'll give
very
Gene
strange.
credit there. He tried.
Well, Vinny was a fucking hour late. You know, he could have been there an hour earlier, and Gene was like, I got to go sign autographs for these people. And you're leaving me? It's like, of course he's leaving. You're an hour late, you idiot.
That was very bizarre. I can say that Gene treated me very well, and
I love all the footage from that.
I can't believe the way. Well, the fact that when I was in the hospital, he called.
didn't.
He called and left a message and everything. And hey, I saw that. Anyway, I just noticed.
I wasn't talking about
Dick
you. I wasn't
Clark.
talking about you.
Oh, I just noticed that your name is Dick Clark, by the way.
You just
I
now
see
noticed that? Come
Yeah,
on.
I'm just seeing
Welcome to
that.
Rockin' Eve.
Yeah, it's Rocket.
Yeah,
it's
it's a Rockin'
Decibel
Eve,
Geek
yeah.
Rockin' Eve.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
But it was very cool. And when he came into that facility, and there's a whole episode if you want to hear the whole story, but he stopped talking to anyone, and he just came right up to me and I said, hi, I'm Ken Mills. He goes, I know exactly who you are. It's like,
Wow.
Gene was really cool to you. I remember watching all that stuff. What was that? I missed it. Damn.
that was the real meat
Bakko.
and Bakko. But it was amazing, and I'll tell you, the thing that blew my mind about him was he at one point he said, because he knew about me being in the hospital and everything, and at one point we're getting ready to do the thing, and we got cameras rolling. He goes, turn those off for a minute. He says, I want to talk to you about your health. And it was amazing that he went out of his way to like do an intervention, and it wasn't like a dick kind of thing. You know what I mean? It was.
You're giving me ideas about a Gene Simmons intervention segment, so stop right there. I know Bakko will pick up where I left off.
But it was done out of love and caring, and it's one of those things that your mileage will vary, right? But he treated me very well.
Yeah.
As did Ace.
Yeah.
It was great.
Yeah, it was like the footage with you and Jody Havnot in St. Louis with those guys, and that was so much fun to watch that day. I was so happy for you guys. It was great.
That was a blast. Lonnie and everybody that was there.
Yeah.
It was, and then it was weird because, like, there was this guy who bought the vault, and the only reason he was there is because he saw Gene Simmons on Fox News while he was on the treadmill, and he's like, that guy's got an interesting story. So he went out and bought Gene's book,
Blacko.
and then he bought the vault.
He said we were scared of his comments, so I put it up there. We love you, JTB,
okay.
but that was weird.
Blacko.
So it just freaked me out.
Call you
that someone
Blacko.
I wish.
Count Blockulo.
Blackula.
I just thought it was so weird that someone who didn't know anything about Kiss would spend all that money on a vault just because he heard a story on Fox News. That's one thing that we always miss as fans of any band. I don't care what band it is, whether it's Alice Cooper, the Monkees, the Beatles, anything, it comes down to if I have to hear that story one more time. How many times have you guys said that about a rock star that you like? You know what I mean? I can't. Why would they tell that story? And it's because every time somebody hears that story, it's usually for the first time. There's all these first timers out there that are hearing that story about how yesterday was recorded, Or how about, Kiss got together or whatever.
I'm sorry. Now you're Blacko.
Blacko and Vinnie got married.
So Blacko sounds like a blaxploitation podcaster film.
No, he's give him some credit.
Exactly. Superfly.
He's pretty close.
Blacko.
I did get married in Vegas.
Hey, how we doing, ladies and gentlemen? This is Blacko.
Yeah.
From Snakes and Pyro.
Snakes and Pyro. Oh my
Nice.
God. Oh man.
Did you guys ever hear the story about that voice that I just did?
No.
Okay. And when I was doing radio at a town in Ashtabula, Ohio, small place, but they had 4 radio stations in one building, right? And when I first started there, each station had its own office. Well, as they were cutting corners, one day the program director comes in and he says, "Yeah, we're letting a bunch of people go. Would you like to stay on?" I said, "Sure." And he says, "Okay, you're going to have to do all 4 stations." And one of the stations was country. One of the stations was oldies and news. The other one was classic rock, and the other one was urban contemporary. And I said, "So you just want me to go on as Ken Miller?" She says, "No, mix it up, become someone else."
Oh, nice.
And I said, "Well, what am I supposed to do? Like, talk like a person from the South for the country station?" "Yeah." "Well, what am I supposed to do for the urban?" "Try to sound as urban as possible." So I'm like,
And you're like,
through.
Blacko, man.
Yeah, I became Blacko, but no, I actually said
I was DJ K Smooth.
and I got that voice.
Oh, nice. That's
From-
good.
I got that voice from anybody who ever watched Soul Train back in the late 70s, early 80s. They would always have the announcer, and I'm not talking about the one that said like Don Cornelius. I'm talking about the guy like, "You're watching Soul Train, brought to you by the fine, makers of products from Afro Sheen and McDonald's, the McRib." Because the announcer on Soul
McRib.
Train,
Nice.
yeah,
For her pleasure.
Mac ribbed for her place. But the announcer on Soul
my
Train,
mojo.
Oh, what is this?
and it's all true, JTB. It's all true.
Jesus Christ. We're already off the rails and it's only 8 o'clock.
JTB, my kind of guy.
Yeah.
But the announcer on Soul Train always
Nashville
would say
2021.
That's gonna be fun.
McDonald's. So there you go.
McDonald's.
So that's where
That's
that was.
awesome, man. You played basically 3 or 4 different characters in one job. That's amazing.
You had to.
That's
You
almost
had to.
vaudeville like era
Yeah.
kind of radio, or that the early days when Orson Welles did that thing where it scared everybody and they thought it was real. You're that guy, man.
Yeah. So we're at the top of the hour. I know Bakko and Ken, you guys have stuff to do and things to go. But before you leave,
Bakko's bedtime.
let's bring on the other guests because so we can have a little mini Rockin' Pod reunion here. Let's welcome to the show Wadzilla and Toomey, who's calling himself Ryan Seacrest tonight. Hey guys.
Nice.
All right.
What's up,
Wadzilla.
What's up, brothers?
What's up?
Masked. Wadzilla is masked for your protection.
Yeah, I got a.
I just got better looking.
It says I can't catch anything now.
Hot.
Just like the Raiders.
Yeah,
Oh, you beat me to it.
yeah. But then another review said it doesn't block shit either, so I don't know what to do. I'm fucked. I'm fucked.
Oh man.
My goodness.
Ryan Seacrest, I still love you. Call me.
You don't pay my phone calls anymore, man.
So much tension. You got me on here with my ex. That's all right. I still want to fuck her.
Hey, I didn't bring your other ex on. Be happy for that.
Oh yeah. You couldn't afford him.
Oh jeez.
I'm always so worried about coming on here and offending your audience, but then Kaniqua Mills here just did audio blackface, so I won't be the most offensive person here.
That was good.
Enough of this shit. I need a beer.
There you go.
We were watching this upstairs on the big TV in the living room, and the kids are in there. And I was like, we're probably going to need to turn this off as soon as Ian comes on.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a given.
How the hell
You
you
have to
drinking
clean for
tonight?
your kids, you fuck.
Whose kids? Mine?
No, not yours.
Yeah.
Mine are my youngest one's grown now.
Yeah, you're worried.
Secrets, little weird bastard children that walk around.
You're worried
What
about
are you drinking, Toomey?
You got fucking Rock and Ron here in Center Square. Come on now, that's not good.
My Linda pint glass here, full of some
Futurama.
Nice.
Bob's Burgers, Chris.
There you go.
Oh, I thought it was Futurama. I don't know. I don't watch cartoons like you guys.
Come on, man. You know, I figured Aaron Camaro could do like 4 different voices, but they would just be like black people from Wisconsin or
Sorry.
Black person from Wisconsin. Here we go. I'll take a peck of chiclets.
Are there black people in Wisconsin?
Yeah. It goes on for way too long. All right,
The green ones.
Yeah.
Oh goodness.
So where's Camaro?
How about that Chiefs Packers Super Bowl that's coming up here?
I think he went to refill his drink, but which I'll have to do in a minute. But yeah, so you guys are the consolation prize. But yeah, so Ken
like it is because I'm used to Ian being the bottom.
Oh, okay.
I'm too old for you, honey.
Surprisingly good joke from Ron.
I was just gonna say we got Ken and Ian in the same room, so like this Craigslist misconnection thing needs to go ahead and go down now. So
yeah, it's about time.
When Rock and Ron showed up on the screen, I pointed at them and I said, "Kids, if you see this man, run."
I love Ian Wadley. I'll admit it.
Yeah. Oh, the magic is still there, baby.
That's right.
I love Ian too. Not as much as the neighbor's kid, but I still love him.
Oh, shots fired from Ron.
I know he's getting drunk. The law changes at midnight. They lowered the consent in his state to 10. So, congrats there. You worked hard to change that law.
I can already tell we're going to go downhill from here.
Uphill.
Or uphill, depending on who you are.
On a positive note, can I talk about my personal hospital intervention with Ugly Kid Joe?
With Ugly Kid? Well, you got to wait till Aaron gets back on if you're bringing Ugly Kid Joe into the conversation.
It's not that good. They were only there because they worked there as orderlies. But, they didn't give me any special treatment.
There you go.
Each other was.
Ugly men Joe, by the way.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, are they going to change their sound too? Be more mature?
Yeah.
No.
How about those Raiders, Ian?
Ooh, boy. Just like all my podcasts, start out strong and then just fucking peter the fuck out.
You know, there's a tall tale that gets told about a couple getting caught having sex in the Rockin' Pod bathroom. And Ian and Ken, do you guys want to go ahead and out yourselves?
That's me.
First off, we weren't caught. We were charging admission.
Okay.
Yeah.
So somebody made money that day.
Anything we were hiding.
Yeah. And you know who bought the first?
Oh my God! I was totally there.
No. You know who bought the
Dude.
First was Michael Sweet. Don't believe all that Jesus shit. He was into it too. He likes to watch.
You know what, man? I'm just cool with everything. You know. I don't do it.
How has Sebastian Bach not made Rockin' Pod yet?
Because he hates me and Aaron. That's why.
I know, right? Jesus. What's it? Who do I gotta fuck to go to Rockin' Pod? Also, I need a $10,000 guarantee.
Yeah, I was like, don't make me tell that story. He hates me and Aaron as it is. So, and Michael Wagner by proxy. But yeah, that's a long story. And Rock and Ron got the brunt of that whole deal.
But not for a good reason.
I heard Sammy Hagar won't come because of me, and I'm proud of that. You know, that's a bad honor.
Yeah,
I heard that he can't come because of you.
Actually, I heard Ian can't come because of
Sammy Hagar.
That's true. That's very, very true.
He came for me.
He heard, "Why can't this be love?" And he's like, "Fuck, my balls just sucked up into my body there." So
Doesn't work anymore.
no.
Doesn't work any less.
Hey,
Hey. Oh, there you go.
Zing!
I'm just kidding. Me and Ken don't do that anymore. I'm off fucking him for good. Now I just do it for evil.
Sure.
Yeah, shake him, won't break him. I love you, Daddy.
That's a good one. I love you too.
That's pretty good.
Oh man. Well, I said that the panel looked like a bunch of Dick Tracy villains before. That hasn't changed with these two new additions.
Nor has that reference got any younger.
Everybody's middle age watching this. It doesn't matter. Ian
And
wants
white.
JTB. Is that true, Ian?
So pretty much we at least know that JTB is listening, right?
Yes.
How about this? If you're watching and you're not white or male, comment.
There's one girl in the comments.
Yeah, Mighty K's in there. We have our one female listener. She'll comment.
You sure that's not just a robot?
No, she's a real person. She came to Rockin' Pod last year.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, she was one of the 5 women that were in the house.
What podcast was she married to?
She's the reason you can't use the woman's room as a man at a Slayer show.
Oh.
Yeah, pretty much. Ian will be here all week.
Toomey really upped the hair on the episode here. Like look how well groomed and soft his coif looks.
You like that? Me and Sinzak are in a race. It looks like
Yeah.
quarantine hair growth.
Yeah, but at least you know what conditioner is.
Yeah.
You guys look like you're actually between
Here comes
Ian,
Ken.
Toomey, and Sinzak. You guys look like a '90s band.
Yeah, but I'm
That looks like
you're the good guys.
Where the Primrose Way.
Oh, fuck you,
right
Josh.
here, boy.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen,
think of these
sponge.
hot motherfuckers.
Oh my God, they totally look like that.
We're really Eve 6. Times are hard.
All right. Grayson Gallagher is proving me wrong.
Hit me with it and put some Huba stank on it.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't want to be the reason.
Oh.
Mighty K wants to put pigtails on Ken. Oh, you got an admirer, Ken.
Good.
Ken's
Hi,
always fighting
Ken.
off the ladies.
Yeah, they try to get out the door, and I say no. You have to stay.
If you put pigtails in, I'll fuck you.
Whoa.
Okay, you just made sure that's not going to happen. But anyway,
Oh, Ian, the floor is yours.
There was a line there, Ron. If you look behind you, it's behind you. So
hi, Kristen. Hi.
So I came in kind of late. Did any of you? I know, of course, there was fucking Kiss Talk, but
Of course.
did any of you watch that stream today?
I watched it for free through people
Not
that
allowed
were
to
using
say.
that were streaming it on Facebook through their TV. I
What'd
watched
you
some.
think?
I didn't watch all of it. I mean, production wise, it was cool. A lot of bombs and stuff. But yeah, I mean,
I'm
Paul
not talking
Sta-
about the songs.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, Paul Stanley, still doing the miming thing, which is probably a good thing.
Oh,
at this
was it
point.
miming? That's,
Oh, of course it was. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of it on YouTube now.
kill the Jagger.
Kill the Jaeger. He already has. Don't
I'm
worry.
working on it.
Yeah.
Speaking
No,
of which,
I haven't seen any footage. I just saw the shit about what they had to change and shit
Yeah.
like that.
yeah, Gene
It
had to
was
like
very
change the God of
strange.
Thunderx. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, a lot of
it was
lyric
weird.
changes.
Hi, Kristen. Kristen's crying. Oh, Kristen's crying. Wow. It was
kicked
so
out.
weird in 100,000 years, Ian, because he says it must have been a trip while I was gone, and he does it once, he does it twice, he does it 3 times. And I realized how many times they say bitch in that song. But when they came back from the drum solo, he said bitch. I wonder if they took him outside for 40 lashes after that, or if they might have deducted percentage on the million. I don't know.
I mean, I saw online. It's funny because everybody's going off about, he didn't do the blood, didn't say bitch. What was the other one? Couldn't say virgin soul. That's the only thing they brought up. If you see the whole list, it said you can't play anything off the Elder.
Thank God.
Nothing from Peter's solo album. Nothing off of Hot in the Shade. But everybody just talks about the cursing, But there was quite a list. Quite a list.
Yeah, it was. JTB's worried about you violating his bunghole, Ian.
As will we all, JTB.
Again.
As will we all.
Again.
He says this all the time. Get back to me after a few more Cosmopolitans, Dorothy. Jesus.
I'm on top of this three-way now.
Oh, there's a scary thought. Speaking of which, I'm going to duck out and refill my drink. I'll be right back.
I was going to say, maybe I should duck back out, too.
No. You're taking over. Dick Clark out.
Just leave me and Ian in here, and it'll go smooth.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dickless Clark left. You're in charge now, Aaron.
Oh man, I don't want to be in charge.
How you doing? Happy New Year, brother.
Happy New Year to you guys, man. Very cool that you're all on here with us tonight. We're telling 2020 to fuck off, basically.
Yeah.
With our guest Sebastian Bach over there.
Sebastian Bacco.
Yeah.
Hey,
since Zach checked out, huh?
Yeah.
There's Waldo. He's back.
Oh, there he is.
So, Sebastian, what are you looking for, like, in 2021?
Well, the first thing I want is some place to live.
Well, Ken, you got to do Gene. You do Gene and Sebastian doing a nice conversation about music coming up in 2021.
Music is dead. I'm afraid you don't understand, Ryan Seacrest, but music is dead, especially Sebastian Bach's. But anyhow, the thing is, and it's true, is that this guy, Ken Mills, once did an imitation of Aaron Camaro on the podcast. I doubt he's ever actually heard it. Did you ever hear that?
I did hear it, yeah.
That was when I just did that thing where it sounded like you were shifting gears every time you laugh, like.
Yeah, I remember that.
I feel so bad here. Like Ken can do a perfect Gene Simmons. Bakko does an awesome Sebastian Bach. Let's see. What do I got? Oh, here. I can do Josh Toomey. Lose my number.
It's called Balak.
Yeah.
Here's
So
your
what happened? What happened with you two? So bring it out. Let's air it out in public. What happened to you two?
I wouldn't get the surgery.
Yeah.
Why can't I keep it? Why?
I want post-op. I don't want pre-op. I want post-op, okay?
He won't budge. He won't budge.
Who wants to talk some trains?
Me.
But I will say he did one hell of a Buck Dharma interview. I just sat back and said stupid shit about like the Stoned Age, and he's like going on and on about, on the 4th album, you guys talk about this thing, and it's brought up again on the 10th album, but on the 11th album, the new guy. And I'm just like, I just sat back and I was like, this is above my pay grade.
Yeah.
You were basically doing the Chris Farley. Remember when you guys did Don't Fear the Reaper? That was cool.
Yeah. See, he's being polite about it now. Privately, he called me, goes, yeah. He goes, I had to move because I didn't want to get his jizz on me while you were blowing him.
Wow.
Again.
But yeah, again.
Every joke can be funnier if you wait and say again.
You did a great job, Wadley. I loved it.
Yeah.
Thank you. All made possible thanks to Brother Toomey, and it was a great fond farewell to our show, and I'm very proud of that, and it's all thanks to Josh. So
Ian Samuel Wetz. Ian
Samuel Wetz.
Wetz.
What? Wetz his bed?
No, Samuel.
I
Wetz
shouldn't
says
say that. He's a
do-
nice guy, and he comments positively for me. Samuel,
says that-
Not anymore.
He says Ian does a great Michael McDonald imitation.
Okay. Oh, nice.
Not in love anymore. I keep forgetting things will never be the same again.
What the hell has happened to this show?
Try to do Let's Keep You Running is Michael McDonald. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
All right, but I only do Sweet Freedom solo. No.
Oh,
Go ahead.
the thing.
Unfortunately, yes. Chris Sinzak's going to come back, and you guys are going to be doing your Michael McDonald, and he's going to be like, Camaro, what the fuck, dude? I put you in charge
that would
for
be
5
great.
minutes.
It would be great to get like a Christmas choir, to go around and they do all the songs in the style of Michael McDonald. Silent night, holy night, and then the next person comes in and they all do that same voice. I think it would be amazing.
Yeah.
I'm ready, brah.
This is a true story, and this is funny. After I moved to Florida, my first time going back to Illinois, they threw a huge party for me at this bar, big bar. And of course, what do? I start a fucking bar fight. And there's like 20 people involved in a bar fight that I started. And then we all get thrown out of the bar. And then we go to another bar and they're doing karaoke. And we get up on stage and like people have ripped shirts and, split lips and bloody noses. And we did Blackwater by the Doobie Brothers. And it was great because we had so many people.
Michael McDonald.
I was like, take me by the hand, pretty mama. We had the whole chorus going post-brawl. That's what I bring to the party.
And you wonder why our show stopped.
Pussy.
I don't even know what the hell anybody's talking about.
After the last album, he's like, all right, dude, now we're going to do Whoa, Black Betty. Now, let's go. We're just let's go.
Chris, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I know you put me in charge, but I can't control all this.
What is that, Michael McDonald?
Yes, that's
right.
You win.
Under control.
You win.
And that's Beat the Geek for this week, folks.
Yeah.
You win.
Josh, I'm so sorry, dude. I had no idea it was going to be like this at all.
Right. This is as bad as the Packers-Titans game.
Or as good. Depends on how you're looking at it, or as awesome.
So did you go to work the next day just like with your chest out, just like,
I don't have nobody to really, I work by myself pretty much nowadays, so I don't really have nobody to strut around to.
Yeah, Toomey's not used to getting beat by the Packers. There's an art to it because the Packers are just garbage. They're literally just they have one player. That's it, and that's pretty much historically been the truth, man.
There you go, Aaron. I helped you.
Yeah. Oh man, so much more.
Well, gentlemen,
One more than the
Vikings. Wish you all
apparently so. Hey, 1-1 this year. We won in Lambeau.
All right.
Can you say that, Tennessee?
Settle down, Kirk Cousins.
Tennessee?
Ken's trying to talk. Give
No,
Ken a
right now,
once every 8 years.
Kirk is organizing a prayer group. Sorry.
I'm going to skedaddle, as they say. I'm going to take off, but I want to wish each and every one of you a happy new year. You've made it this far through 2020. Don't crash now. Keep it going. Be strong. Be good to one another. If you can, shine a little light. Even you, Ian Wadley. That's right. I'm looking right at you, buddy.
What about a happy Kwanzaa, you racist son of a bitch?
Well, I didn't say Merry Christmas or anything. Happy Holidays covers everything, right?
Well, Ian's Black Irish, so you got to take that into account.
There you go.
Goddamn liberals with your happy holidays.
But I love you all.
Nobody can say happy Kwanzaa anymore.
Damn it, Ian. Ian is trying to be nice.
see, I said on the last podcast that the only reason that Happy Holidays was come up with was so that you could say Merry Christmas to your non-Christmas muggles, right? So That was the whole point of that. That was kindness with the K for kiss. But anyway, I'm going to take off, but I wanted to tell you all, I love you all, and I wish you all a happy 2021.
Love you too, Ken.
Okay.
Peace out.
All right,
Right
love
on.
you all.
Take care, Podfather.
Thank you for inviting
Thank
me.
you, Podfather.
It means a lot for you to invite this old soul.
We
You
love
guys you're all on videos now, and I'm back in the Stone Age with Fred Flintstone, and life is, anyway. All right,
Podcast
thank you.
Live 2021 coming soon.
That would be cool. That would be
Use
cool.
my promo code.
Yeah. Real cool.
All right. We'll see you all. Thank you. Be
See you,
good.
Podfather.
We'll be
Love you,
talking.
Ken.
Love you all.
Later.
I'll check out too. These guys have their time to shine here. Thank you for having me on. Of course, check out Cobras and Fire, our wonderful podcast. And I'll leave you with this. I'm gonna say Chiefs Packers with the Chiefs winning, and it destroys the podcast universe with Decibel Geek, because Aaron Camaro will not accept it. We'll call it the State Farm Bowl instead of the Super Bowl. Yeah, it's like and also, by the way, the new Jake, fuck you. The old Jake was, he was always like quiet and reserved, being accused of being, inappropriately talking to somebody at 2 a.m. This new Jake, he's all everywhere. I'm cut. I'm in shape. I'm hanging out with Aaron Rodgers, and I'm making fun of pizza delivery people who give me a gallon of ranch. So anyway. But no, thanks a lot. Happy New Year, everybody. Thanks for having me on. Hey, Camaro, you've been quiet. I love your shirt, the first Priest album. And, of course, yours too, Sinzak, the Ace Frehley, the Click T shirt, of course, right?
Yes. Yep. ClickTshop.com. Get your Decibel Geek shirt there, too.
That's right.
Bo Jackson jersey. And Toomey is apparently getting ready for the porn he's about to shoot once he's done here. So.
Did somebody call a plumber?
Toomey, slow down there.
All right.
This
Thanks,
ain't that
everybody.
kind of
Hey, what's up, my Rock and Rod Cinderella shirt, man?
Yeah.
A buddy of mine wore that every day in high school, and I have like bad memories about that. So I'll sidestep that. No, I thought we talked about it already. Is all I'm getting at. Anyway, everybody who tuned in, Happy New Year. It really was kind of a fucked up year, but thanks for having me. And whatever. 2021 is for me about 3.5 hours away, but I'll be passed out before then. So
we love you, Blocko.
That's Blacko to you.
Yeah, long live Blacko.
Right. Good night, everybody.
Keep grooving, man.
Good night. You couldn't get the good guy from Cobras and Fires?
No, we tried. We tried. He was unavailable tonight.
Too funny. All right, so we have a Diabolus and Podcastica reunion that we didn't expect. That's the longest goodbye ever. Oh God, Metal Mike's on.
Yeah.
All right, Toomey's going to get roasted here in a minute.
No. I saw him laying on the couch watching his Kiss live show, so
I saw that too.
He doesn't get a chance to roast me tonight. I do like he did post a little bit ago. You might need to scroll up for it, but he said, "When is Ian going to pass out on the couch?"
No, not
Any
tonight.
moment.
I have 3 beers.
Yeah.
One for every one of my failed podcasts.
Jeez.
You live across the street from a liquor store. Just go over there.
He lives above a bar.
I know everybody's having fun. I'm actually on call tonight
Oh,
for my job, so I can't get fucked up.
yeah. There ain't nothing worse than being on call on New Year's Eve.
Yeah, Aaron feels your pain on that.
Yeah, I used to be on call all the time.
And you will get that call because it's New Year's Eve.
Thanks. You're so supportive. I don't know why we didn't work out.
Yeah, thanks for all them good vibes you're sending my way.
What are we talking about tonight, fellas?
Well, I know I texted Ian about that you were going to be on here too, and he said New Year, new metal. So, like, what do you think of? Is there any new metal releases that took place this year, Josh?
Oh God.
Were you talking about stuff to look forward to, or
yeah? Is there any new metal bands putting records out in the next year that we would know?
The only
of?
like the new albums that I've heard so far from next year is the new Accept album, which I really enjoyed.
Yeah.
And the new Jason Bieler album.
Oh, I love what he's done.
Good.
Yeah.
When it popped in,
Chris, I know you ordered that. Have you gotten it yet? Have you checked it out?
I don't think it comes in until January. So
January 22nd, Frontiers Records.
Nice.
My notes are still right here. But it was came through the old inbox there, and it was the guest list on it was pretty awesome. So I had to check it out, and he definitely did something a little bit outside the realms of Frontiers Records. And it's very experimental and Jason Bieler and the Baron von Bielski Orchestra.
Yeah,
give me a minute on that one, but yeah, man, it's pretty good. I enjoyed it.
You can still hear the Saigon Kick sound in it though. Like a lot of the harmonies and stuff remind me of the old Saigon Kick stuff.
Well, I suppose he was such a huge part of that band. There's no way to really truly separate yourself from that sound because he was such a huge part of it.
Right. Yeah, he's I love the 2 songs I've heard. I'm excited to hear more of it. I want to interview him soon. Of course, Josh beat us to the punch on that one, but
well, all you have to do is check your email, and it's like, would you like to interview Jason Bieler? I'm like, yeah, he was. The main reason I did it was because of how great he was on everyone else's shows at Rockin' Pod.
Yeah,
I was like, he was a great guest. He's really funny, great social media follow, and he definitely delivered.
Yeah, I've got.
I even got an email about him. Yeah, I did, and he said, "Hey, can you hook me up with Josh Toomey?"
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
This sucks. No, there's a lot of great albums coming out, especially on Frontiers Records. There's I think they've got 20 great albums coming out this year, and 19 of them have George Lynch.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, you're probably right on that one.
I know one I'm looking forward to is after a long, long time and not putting out a new album, Faster Pussycat's supposed to be working on some new stuff.
Are they?
So I'm excited to see how that's going to be. And from what I hear around town, besides bombs going off, is that Ace Frehley is in Nashville recording a new album.
Yeah, I heard that too.
I just can't figure out where. If I could only figure out where.
Well, you're like buddies with Ryan Cook. You should bug him about that.
I know, but
he probably knows.
Yeah, I don't want to go bug people about that. I'd be like, hey, I promise I won't just show up there unannounced, Ryan. Tell me where it is, and then show up there unannounced,
I heard he's working on Origins 3. It's all going to be covers of Ace Frehley covers.
Oh, nice. Well, looking forward to that.
That guy's like a bottomless well of inspiration.
Yeah. Here's a wild thing with Lita Ford again.
Hey, you know that really popular band that you like? Well, here's a really popular song by that really popular band. That you like.
Yeah, I know.
Here's me covering Do Ya. My cover of Do Ya.
Oh boy, look at Mike. The roast has begun.
Here, let's change the lighting up here.
I was gonna say, are you in your grow room?
Yeah.
The lamps shining down.
You don't grow meth, Camaro.
I wouldn't know.
Ron, tell
Mike's a professional photographer, so he knows lighting.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, I was going to ask. We did our favorite and least favorite of the '70s Judas Priest stuff this week on the show, and I guess I'll go ahead and ask Ian what his are, since Josh hates Judas Priest according to Legend.
Right. Yeah. I was going to say, what we actually did was the best and the more best of '70s Priest.
There's not a lot of bad stuff there.
No. Best, my favorite Priest album is '70s, so Stained Class is my favorite Priest album.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Dude.
If I had to pick a least favorite out of the '70s, and I still like it, I'd probably have to go Rock-a-Rolla.
Yeah, me too.
But I still love it. Nothing bad against that,
Yeah. That one, Aaron and we had Julian Gill on as the guest, and they both like that album, but I just can't get into it. It just
all right. Stop making up shit, because Julian Gill don't talk about shit but Kiss. You didn't have him on no Judas Priest.
He had strong opinions. He
really?
definitely brought his A game for that episode. So I like it. Although me and him definitely disagreed on Sin After Sin. He hates the production on that record. He thinks it sucks. I kind of like the production on it. It's raw.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But
I think Sin After Sin is my least favorite of that era.
Over Rockarola?
Because I love Rockarola. I think that's an awesome album.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, I know. He even has a T-shirt.
I'm wearing the shirt to prove the love.
The only song I know is Parental.
We can talk about Fight. I like Fight.
Yeah, Fight was cool.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
I like Fight too. That's Toomey in a nutshell.
Yeah. Is that the band with the gay guy? I like Bohemian Rhapsody.
Think about how great of a song "Nailed to the Gun" was.
That is a good song. Yeah, hell
great
yeah.
Band.
A little crazy. Shit,
yeah. Crazy was a great song too.
Yeah.
Then again, I like fucking 2. You know, the techno album.
I did not
like that.
Didn't you do that?
Like that?
He did that with Reznor, right?
Yeah, only me and Rock and Ron like that. But I don't even think Ron really liked it. I think he was just trying to pick up some club kids that were into that dance, techno shit.
I only like Parental Guidance
for you.
No response from Ron.
I only like Parental Guidance.
I think I have sound effects too.
Jamming.
This week's on a very special What's Happening. On NBC.
Raj and the guys get counterfeit Doobie Brothers tickets this week on What's Happening.
I'm gonna tell Mama.
And Dee gets pissed off because Raj didn't pick her up.
Poor Toomey, he don't even remember none of that.
Did you ever watch What's Happening?
I don't think so.
Oh my god.
We can talk some Different Strokes and Family Ties. That's where
Yeah.
This week on a special episode of Different Strokes.
What you talking about, Toomey?
Don't go down to the bike repair guy. That's all.
That's like the bike shop. Don't stay away from the bike shop.
I had to sell my bike shop because of that episode.
Oh, that was good.
You can sell 1 million bikes, but you molest one Dudley and you're ruined.
Oh god, it's the weirdest live stream we've ever done by far.
It's pretty tame in my world from
working with Ian. Yeah, this way. So Ian still looks like he's in the champagne room.
Yeah. No dancers, just a passed out cat. He's heard all these
Ian doesn't even look like he's changed spots since the last time we done this with him. I mean, everything looks the shirt, the hair, the mood lighting, everything.
I got a bucket.
Yeah. So I'm saying.
Ian's closet is just like all Bo Jackson jerseys.
Mm-hmm. One for every day of the week.
Do you have a home and away variants or like an Auburn variant or anything, or is it just all the black one?
Yeah, I'm a failed podcaster. That money's just rolling in. I got all kinds of shit.
Oh man!
So
when I was a kid, I was a big Raiders fan. I wasn't a Packers fan when I was little. I loved the Raiders, and I had a buddy that had a Bo Jackson jersey, and I coveted it so bad. Just because it was so cool. He was retired. It was long gone, and I stole it from him. And I took it home and I wore it and I was like, man, this is the fucking coolest, but I feel so bad because I stole it. And I took it back to him the next day. I was like, here you go, dude. I'm sorry. I stole this from you. But I was like, one of the things where I was like, I got to have it. And then once I got it, I was like, well, I can't be a thief. So I got to give it back and look like an asshole now. And man, that dude was
you just
mad
showed
at
up
me.
school the next day in the Bo Jackson jersey. Like, look what I got.
Yeah. No, this ain't yours. I don't know what yours just came up missing yesterday, and I got my new one, and you think it's yours?
He wore it to school. And they said, "You look like a failed podcaster. Take that shit off."
Oh man!
The only thing my friend has a kid that I coveted was a guy that I was friends with, had some Reebok pumps, and I wanted those things so bad. And, he let me wear them one time, and I was like, but still suck at basketball.
Yeah, I still got a pair of Reebok Shaq pumps that are black, red, and white, and I still wear them to this day. I love it. I go into the Kroger and I watch all the dudes that are about my age all look at my shoes. They all have the same look in their eyes as you had with your looking at your friend's shoes.
Well, now after hearing that
you got a bunch
story,
of
Aaron,
checking you out at Kroger.
after
Just my
hearing
shoes.
that story, Aaron, I'm not so ashamed of Ian calling me a pedo now.
Well, you probably still should be.
Yeah. He steals shit from the maternity wards and hospitals. I'm sure those kids will find good homes someday.
He's rolling out of there with one of those the video game consoles that are on the rolly carts. You know, he's just rolling those out to his car.
He's like, don't judge. It's for stem cells. It's not sexual.
Straight from the tap.
Straight from the tap.
So Toomey, you're doing the Pantera Drag the Waters podcast now. How you liking it so far?
I like it, man. It's been fun to kind of track these people down and getting some yeses and got some cool people thinking about coming on, things like that. The thing that I wasn't expecting, and it sounds dumb to say out loud, but I wasn't expecting everyone's sadness when it comes to the death of Dime and Vinnie. And when I had Patrick King on, who was his drum tech through the Hell Yeah years, that was like probably like the most tear-jerking moment on any podcast I've done. Yeah. And so going forward, I really need to try to figure out a way not to have to talk about the deaths,
right?
And to kind of celebrate the lives of the band.
Right. That's kind of unavoidable, though, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. Everybody has their, where were you on 9/11? Where were you when Dime died? Where were you when Vinnie died? I mean, so everybody has that story, and I think everybody's going to end up telling that story. So it's kind of a rough place to go to weekly.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you ought to start out the show and be like, let's get it out of the way. Tell me where you were when you got the news. And then be like, hey, now tell me all the fun stuff.
Write that down.
That's what I like about your show, though, is that you get people on the show and you make them talk about Pantera.
Right.
Like you did with Ellefson, and that's fucking awesome. Makes me want to start an Ace Frehley show and just be like, tell me your story about Ace Frehley, which is something I've been doing lately. When we interview people, I always throw that out there. Do you have a funny Ace Frehley story? Because if somebody's got one, it's usually pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah.
So, it's pretty cool what you're doing that with Pantera. I like it a lot.
I bought Anomaly. Joke's on me.
Ain't that bad.
But no, I'm so glad that Josh is doing real good with that. Because that's
dueling sound effects
he brought up to me was like he goes, let's do a Pantera podcast. As much as I love Pantera, I was always like, I just don't think I could do a specific show, because I'd be worried about running out of content,
right?
And looking for something with longevity. But you can't argue with the success of his new show. And I'm big on numbers, so I'm going to start a Kiss podcast because there's not a lot of those. But
hardly any.
It's going to be specific. We're only going to talk about studio tracks on Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits.
2 episodes.
No. I'm going to milk that shit, man, because it's Kiss. Anybody will tune in.
This week's episode, the first quarter of You Make Me Rock Hard.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I could talk about that for hours.
You should do a whole breakdown of the video.
Yeah.
Here's Paul on the trapeze.
Well, I did see it. You popped up a question there, best Pantera riff, and then I'm gonna go Becoming.
That's a great one.
That is a good one.
My favorite is Domination.
Yeah.
The part when it goes into the breakdown, that's the greatest moment in Pantera history for me. Love that.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that spawned a lot of bad shit, but you can't take nothing away from that. That's just perfection.
Yeah.
That's some smoke on the water shit there.
I'm sure everybody's seen the video of Pantera playing Russia and doing that song. That's a legendary performance. It's like a fucking million people. That's crazy.
Oh, you got to bring up the Russia tape.
I do.
Give it up.
Too bad they're the 18th best rhythm section in metal and hard rock. So.
Yeah. Something ain't right about that.
I was wondering we were going to get some shit for that.
Who the hell puts these lists together? I do not know.
Who said that?
Yeah, New Level's great.
Uh-oh. Number 5 was Johnny Crash. You know,
We got a lot of shit for that episode, didn't we?
Yeah. That's what's funny about doing an episode like that where it's draft style, because you're really thinking on the fly. And then you see how it goes with football teams and stuff where you're doing a draft style and you go like, that's the one right there. I'm going to move these guys up and I'm going to pull that and I'm going to put that in there to make sure I get them in. And then next thing you know, you're down to like 17, 18 and you're looking at, Diamond Rex, or Vinny and Rex, and you're looking at, in Twistle and Moon going, oh, fuck, how the hell are these guys still here?
But I still say the rhythm section for Pantera was really more Dime and Vinny than Rex and Vinny. Am I right?
Rex is a pretty monster bass player.
Yeah.
But he's playing the riffs that Dime's playing. I mean, there's
there's
not a lot of adventurous stuff going on there.
I don't know. If you listen anytime Dime goes into a solo and you listen to the what Rex is doing to counter Dime solos, that's
maybe, but it's the same thing with Metallica. James and Lars are the rhythm section of Metallica. Not
James' right hand is the rhythm section of Metallica.
But that's what I'm saying though. If Pantera was the same, I think Dime and Vinny came up with a lot of those riffs. So I mean, it was really those two that were doing all that stuff.
Well, I think it was more that Slayer somehow was above them in the countdown. When Tom Araya, I couldn't name a bass line he's ever done. So
I didn't pick that one.
I know. And number 10 was Anthrax, so that's
really, come on. I really put some thought and heart into that.
Did we pick Anthrax number 10?
I did. I put them right up there.
Yeah. But man, how can you argue with Frank Bello and Charlie Benente?
That's what I'm saying.
I'd take him over Rex and Vinny.
Yeah.
No, really?
Yeah.
No way.
I would have to take him over Rex and Vinny.
I didn't pick the guys from Primer 55, and that's why Josh is sore at me.
Yeah.
Who?
Exactly.
That's all right. Primrose Way didn't make the list either.
Oh,
that's for you, Toomey.
Thank you.
That's for both of you.
Still my friend.
I will never release that music just because of you guys.
I'm going to find it.
No, you won't. There's no way you'll find that. There's
the
5
CD.
guys that own it. No,
I got the CD with the one song on it.
You do not.
I do.
Did I give you that? No, that's not Primrose Way.
That's not.
No, that's another band I was in, which that one sucked too.
I don't
on the
have
Nashville
audio.
compilation thing.
I do have pictures when Chris
what?
was in a Stabbing Westward cover band.
What do you have? Pull it out, because now I don't even know what you're talking about. What, Aaron? What, Ian?
I said I have pictures, but not audio of when you were in a Stabbing Westward cover band. Come on, that one
I can't
song
save
was good.
you. I can just save myself.
I like that song.
I actually like some of their stuff back in the day.
Yeah, you liked it so much to join a Stabbing Westward cover band.
Look at Mike, not even spelling it correctly. Go away. Go watch the replay of the Kiss Mime show again.
Send me that link.
Oh no, that's a different. That was a band called Say Uncle that I was in.
You know who really loves new metal? Rock and Ron. He doesn't like anything older than 8 years old.
Ooh,
That's a true story.
I thought I had something with Primrose Way on it.
Oh, the Say Uncle stuff isn't any better. It's us trying to do new metal, which isn't good, and with like a singer from McMinnville, Tennessee, that thought he was British.
So, did you ever record any demos or anything?
Oh yeah, I own them.
Yeah.
I own them, and you'll never hear them.
Why?
Because you guys will make fun of me.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's the point.
That's exactly right.
But see, Josh was actually in a really good metal band in Nashville that I used to go see live. So I can't measure up to that. The band I was in never even got off the ground.
Yeah, but the good thing is you could get George Lynch to play a lead on it, and you'd get signed to Frontier Records.
Yeah.
You're right. That's true.
You know, you can make
I do know Nick from Frontiers. Maybe
There you go.
Yeah,
maybe
all
he'll
you gotta
hook
do
us
is
up.
hand over the tapes. The songs are already done. All they need is George Lynch solos on them.
Yeah.
George Lynch would like die laughing if he heard the shit that we did.
Oh, really? Have you heard half those Lynch Mob's albums? He probably you're a fucking genius.
Our stuff is
You
worse
call it
than
Lynch
that.
Mob anymore, Ian.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Goddamn liberals.
I'll hold it. I'll hold that stuff hostage because I recently found a cassette tape that's got old radio clips of myself back in like the late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Aaron told me a story about a band he was in. Oh man.
Yeah. I've never had good luck being in bands when I was young.
Can you share the name of the band that you were talking about? Do you remember?
I'm sorry, Paulie Charbonneau, if you're listening to this. I love you, brother.
No, Eric, I'm not doing it.
The name of the band was Rock Solid.
Rock Solid.
Yeah.
There's a band name for you.
So I was in this band, and it's basically just me and my buddy Paulie. And Paulie's an awesome guitar player, really good singer, really good songwriter. He was teaching me how to do it. And I had ideas in my head, but I didn't know really how to, transform that into a song. And he helped me do that. And so we were writing some pretty cool stuff. And I had a bass guitar. I actually was so excited about it. I went out and bought a bass guitar so I could try to help write these songs. And by the time it came like, okay, now we've got a handful of good songs. We need, other players in this band. And so it all worked out where it was like a weekend where I was going out of town. And I was like, please, if you're going to meet these guys, do not hire them until I can at least hear them, please, And then when I got back, he was like, guess what? We're a band and we got a name and we're ready to rock. And I was like, wait a minute, you weren't supposed to hire nobody. And it was like, well, what's the name? The name is Rock Solid. And at the time, I had no idea, but I guess it's got some kind of tie-in to that movie because when I met the guys, they were like, their whole inspiration was, we can take songs from what's the movie? You know what I'm talking about, Chris?
It was the sequel to Eddie and the Cruisers.
Eddie and the Cruisers. We can take Eddie. They said this was their thing. We can take Eddie and the Cruisers songs and basically write different lyrics for them, and no one will know.
Yeah. And
that'll be our thing, but we'll call ourselves Rock Solid. And I was like, man, fuck this. And we did one show, and I quit.
Is that where you go out? You said your name was Joe West, but then really at the end,
the movie.
And see, I was oblivious to all that at the time because I'd never even seen the first one, but I'd never seen the second
There's
one.
a big difference between the first one and the second one.
Yeah.
I
was completely oblivious to it.
Well, yeah. Ian fronted an Eddie and the Cruisers tribute band.
Eddie and the Boozers. But fuck that. I want to.
That makes sense.
I want to hear Aaron's old fucking radio tapes, man. I want to hear, yeah, you're listening to Rock of Sheboygan. We got the marching playground to get you through that morning drive.
Hope you guys got your cheese curds.
That's right. Brats and rock all day long.
Well, the one thing talking about all of our old bands, this just shows that the people that can't podcast.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. Yeah, exactly.
There's Mike, one of my favorite terrible movies. Eddie and the Cruisers too. It's one of those. It's a terrible movie, but you have to watch it because
I loved it as a kid.
Did you really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I saw it more than I did part one. Like I didn't even realize it was a part one for a long time until I went back to the
video. The part two wasn't a dead giveaway.
Yeah, really. It could have been a crazy title, man.
Yeah.
I thought that
Eddie and the Cruisers. I wonder what that means.
I thought for the longest time that the drummer in that movie was Nick Bocott. You remember Nick Bocott
from Grim Reaper?
Yeah, because he had the long permed hair, but like it wasn't Nick; it was somebody else. But
we got to meet Nick Bocott, and he's a super cool dude.
Yeah, he did the Ride for Dime show at Main Street here in Murfreesboro, and yeah, Chad Lee hooked us up with that. Have you got to get Chad Lee on your Drag the Waters podcast?
Yeah, he was on Talk to Me a long time ago.
Yeah. But so, do you have anybody? Who do you have coming up on Drag the Waters that we would know of?
I mean, the only one I'm supposed to interview current Phil Anselmo and the Illegals guitarist Mike De Leon on Monday, so that should be coming out soon. He's the last two times I've seen them where they're doing their full on Pantera set. He's playing guitar, so that should be a fun conversation.
That's cool.
Right on.
Are you gonna get Rita Haney on?
Once again, Rita was on Talk to Me a long time ago.
Oh, I know.
I need to reach out to her again.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a different thing now. So
yeah, there's a lot of guests that can come back. I'm trying to not recycle so much, but
yeah,
right. Maybe since you got your notepad out and you're taking down Camaro notes, maybe just go through and look at get your pen. You ready? All right, Ace Frehley.
Okay.
Get Ace Frehley on the show, but only ask him questions about Pantera and Dime because they did that magazine thing, the Guitar World thing together. So Ace has probably got some good Dime stories. But then just look at whoever. You could get Bakko to come back on and do a Sebastian Bach interview with you.
Yeah, I think Sebastian I definitely want Sebastian on eventually. That would be fun. Actually, even Rob Halford. I've been reaching out to him because he's a big Pantera dude.
And
right, and it'd be kind of cool.
In the 6th season when he's interviewing people who went to Pantera concerts.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, well,
cool, man. That I could be on also.
Emails saying, hey, if you ever have a fan episode, let me know. So I'll definitely have to pull that out.
See, that's cool. But you know what? That's kind of like when Chris and I first started Decibel Geek. We did kind of consider making it a Kiss podcast for about 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And that was the same thing like Ian said, do you really want to limit yourself to only talking about Kiss? But I think...
And somehow you guys did that.
Well, we kind of sort of balance it a little bit. But I think it's cool to take like a single band, and do that because they're going to be... Like, you may not get as many listeners to the Pantera podcast as you get to Talk To Me podcast, but the Pantera fans that are going to listen to this show are going to fucking love it. So it won't be about quantity. It'll be about quality. So you're going to have, I think it's pretty cool to do something like that. You're inspiring me. I might just start me and Ian might start a Ugly Kid Joe podcast.
There you go.
Yeah. We'll have 3 listeners, but they'll be dedicated.
Michael, listen.
They'll love everything about it.
He's number 1.
Norway. Holy shit.
Happy New Year to Norway.
I think it's already the new year there.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
so let us know what 2021 looks like. Is it better so far in Norway?
Yeah. Give us the heads up. We're a couple hours behind. Are things better now?
Yeah, let us know if we're still fucked.
Yeah. Don't worry. We'll start talking about black metal and church burning soon. That's in the next hour.
Yeah, no shit. Oh, my God.
Aaron Camaro's going to get you through all those morning church burnings. Norway.
Up next, a little Turbo Negro.
That's good stuff. So, Ian, any news on coming back into the podcast world? Or are you still still on a break?
I give it up. I give up, man. I'm tired of getting fired.
Oh, come on, man.
Getting back to the fan episodes.
Look at that right there. Ian is the greatest.
Oh.
He did put LOL at the end, so I don't know how
to Yeah, see?
It's sarcasm.
Yeah. Way to negate it. Getting back to the fan episodes, I'm finishing out for Rock and Metal Combat. That's going to be great. Aaron's going to be on a future episode, and Bakko's going to be on, and Toomey won't answer my calls.
I was about to say my phone hasn't been ringing, so I guess we know where that stands.
I'll come back on too.
Bitch. You Perel using motherfucker. Look at that hair. You look beautiful. I
learned from Chris Sinzak.
I'll see what's going on after that. You never know. And until then, I'm just going to guest on shows that are hard up for, guests. So
that's us. Oh, man.
After almost 10 years, we do get fucking creative blocks sometimes. So, yeah, we'll get you back on soon.
I wanted to give you guys shit about you were like posting, you had like David Ellefson on your live stream or whatever, and you got some Blabbermouth love, and then you're like, oh, finally we get Blabbermouth love. And I'm like, yeah, when you have people on that people want to hear from, you get Blabbermouth love.
Oh,
nobody cares about the third guitar player from Kicks when they're on. Like,
well, I guess we'll have to find the second guitar player from Spineshank to come on our show.
There was never a second guitar player in Spineshank.
Oh,
on you,
why would I fucking know that? Give me a break.
Yeah, there's some jobs nobody will take.
Yeah, exactly.
If you want me to hook you with Mike Sarkeesian, I'll hook you up.
Who's that?
The guitar player from Spineshank.
I don't know. Oh man, no. we get our blabbermouth love is like Haley's Comet. It comes every few years.
Well, now that you guys are all fancy and technical, you need to have more interviews on.
I know. Well, I can't wait for the Toomey and Ian quotes that come out on Blabbermouth after this one.
Yeah.
That's what we figure. We get Toomey on the show, we'll for sure get mentioned on Blabbermouth.
Exactly.
Well, you have to get like Rockstar A to talk shit about Rockstar B.
Right.
And that's where you get your
Toomey, just say the words Corey Taylor and we'll get coverage.
Yeah, I don't know about all that
Taylor,
either.
3 times into a mirror, you get Blabbermouth love.
Yeah, but we had Perry Richardson on the show, and he told a story about getting cornered in the bathroom at the Grammys by Alice in Chains, threatening style, and told the story about getting a gun pulled on him and put to his temple by Ted Nugent.
Yeah,
and nobody touched that. So I guess they must have been off that week.
Yeah, I don't know.
I will. That's funny. That's the first ever episode of Decibel Geek I ever listened to.
No, it's
really
not.
No, because we met you before then.
We knew you before then.
Nope, that was the episode. We look it up.
Really?
I mean, we met soon after, but yeah, at the Rockin' Farm Aid or whatever it's called.
No, we met before then. We met in Louisville.
No, I literally drove to Nashville to see Farm Rock to meet you two fools.
And that was. So Perry Richardson was the first interview, the first thing you heard.
Yeah.
Wow, that's news to me.
And it took me like a couple episodes before I realized you guys were in Nashville.
So he didn't remember you.
Say that again.
I said you might have met him before, but you didn't have like a wallet chain or your hair cornrows, and you didn't complain about your parents, so he had no idea.
No, that was Sinzak in the '90s. The trip pants and the wallet chains. And
I never had a wallet chain. Fuck you.
I was going to say, maybe that way I'm thinking of the time I met AC Slade in Louisville or something.
AC Slater?
That's bad. I don't report that Joker that I got it.
I know. I've had too much to drink when I'm making Saved by the Bell jokes.
Speaking of people who watch kids shows, Ron, stop looking at your fucking phone. You're part of something.
He's on the dark web on his phone.
Yeah. He's on Kinder.
Kinder.
Yeah, kindergarten. You sick fuck. Oh my god. Hello.
Oh man.
Why are your sound effects cooler than mine? That's bullshit.
Tuesday mornings on Nickelodeon.
These are the built-in ones.
It was like a dream.
The more you know.
I'm like, yeah, girl, how you doing?
Hey, check it out. Vinnie Vincent's new single.
Classic.
Yeah, that's going back.
So, yeah, I mean, like looking back on 2020 though, like it started out awesome. Like I got married in January. We flew we went to San Francisco in February. I did an in-person interview with Phil Demmel, formerly of Machine Head and Violence. We went to see Mr. Bungle reunion show at the what was that, like the Warfield or something? I mean, it was like awesome. And then actually on the trip to San Francisco is when they started kind of talking about this coronavirus. And we're just like, what the hell's going on?
And then we started a podcast.
And and it was like car accidents and COVID and like hurricanes and Wadzilla World, and it was an insane
Wadzilla World. I do miss my Saturday morning fix of Wadzilla World, I will admit.
Yeah. Maybe one of these days.
Now you just have to watch the police blogger for deciding to be in.
I love your Rockin' Pod 3 poster behind you, Josh. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, he signed it too.
He did.
I signed it to myself.
To Josh.
You had a meet and greet with yourself.
I was thinking I have one.
You paid a lot of money for that too.
It was a trip. It was a trip going through. I got all this footage that Rock and Ron shot in 2017 of the first expo. It's really wild watching that stuff. Like very humble beginnings. It's a trip to watch that.
VFW will never be the same.
That's still my favorite year.
I said that VFW will never be the same.
As low rent as it was still quite a weekend. It was so cool finally meeting everybody in person, and It was yeah. So many people just took a chance on meeting up at that thing. So it was a trip. It was really fun watching that footage again.
Did you get my Spider-Man footage?
Up over the wall.
I don't think I know what you're talking about.
That's
what me and Ian and Bakko and I think Loose Cannon was there. He was.
No, that was
we were sitting.
DEA confiscated it.
Yeah,
we were sitting at the picnic tables back behind the bar.
I've got it, but that was the second year. I haven't gotten to that yet.
Was the second year?
That's
no. The first year was with Heavy Metal Parking Lot.
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
Yeah,
so
but I
been that year.
All I have is 4 videos from the beginning of the expo. I don't have anything else.
You ain't got
unless Ron can send it
footage,
to me.
Ron.
Yeah,
because I remember we're all sitting at the table, and all of a sudden we look up, and Ian's like, "Holy fuck! There's some crazy dude looking over the fence at us." It's Rockin' Ron.
Matt Cooper says, "Ron, you meant to send that on Kinder. Did you get my Spider-Man footage?"
I was like, "Is it the weed, or is there a pedophile up on the ledge?" Like, this is some good shit.
It was both.
I mean, I liked all 3 years, man. But yeah, that first year had a nice charm to it, and had that dirt mall rats feel to it, you know. And
it did.
And I love going to like flea markets and stuff. So yeah, it was totally had a flea market feel to it, and I think it was awesome.
Yeah, me too.
All I can say is, trust me, the place that I initially booked for that was worse than what it was.
Yeah, way worse.
So, it would have been worse than that.
It would have been the kind of flea market you pulled up to and been like, "We're leaving."
Yeah, it was on
Dickerson Road or something.
It was. It was
like
called
in Madison.
No, it was in
Nashville.
It was near downtown. Actually,
I was like, "Oh God!"
It was out.
Yeah, it was closer into town on Dickerson Road.
So you could have gotten a hooker, a bag of crack, and gone to the expo all at the same time.
We're talking close to Trinity Lane here.
Hey, we didn't have the after party at your house till year 3, Chris.
I actually cleaned my garage this past week, and I'm like, man, I got to get some podcasters out here to hang out.
Man, I missed Camaro's shed, man. That was fucking awesome.
Yeah, the Adobe HUD, as Cobras and Fire likes to call it.
Yeah. I'll never forget. I went in to use the bathroom, and Camaro was like, "No." Wife said no. Just squat in between those 2 garbage cans and don't let the neighbors see you. You'll run down the property value. I was like, all right.
Just go piss behind the shed like everybody else.
You know, his poor wife had to like wake up Mike Tyler from a drunken stupor at his house.
No, phone him. No, I don't even want to tell him. I like that guy. That kind of shit has happened to all of us. I know.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm guilty. Well, yeah, you're not afraid to tell that story about me passing out at your house.
You guys want to hear that story?
Hey.
I like the one where Camaro's wife had to tell Rock and Ron it was a yard gnome and not a fucking kid.
Where are you going with that?
Put the gnome back.
Mike Tyler's passed up in the guest room, and Rock and Ron's sneaking off the property with our garden gnomes.
Oh my God!
There's no good area in Baltimore. Let me tell you that right now.
Yeah, the little I've learned of driving up the East Coast was make sure you get through Baltimore before you get off the exit.
Oh shit! Well, gentlemen, I'm gonna have to sign out.
All right, brother.
But I want to say it was an honor. Thank you for inviting me on here. At least somebody wants to talk to me. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Toomey.
What?
Hey, Ian.
You're breaking up.
That doesn't work on video.
Before you get off here, man, I want to ask you, you want to do a tough podcast with me?
Yeah. We'll be like, try to find a good song. It'll be tough. The podcast. Oh, Christ. Yeah, but I need work, so I'll take it.
All right. Well, too late. Fuck off.
Fired again.
No, that's the name of the show. Too late. Fuck off.
Fuck off. Yeah.
So funny.
No, Ian wants to do a New Kids on the Block podcast with me.
Yeah, but I need you because you know all the info.
See, now, you know what? I would actually listen to that if the two of you went through the New Kids on the Block discography.
I would listen to that too, honestly.
I would totally listen to that.
You should do it. You've got the right stuff, you know.
I wasn't talking about the band. I was just talking about the
We know, Ron. We know.
What do you think of the little Miller boy? He's really filling those Oshkosh bagosh, don't you think? Is that a bulge in his underoos, or he just happy to see me?
Oh my God.
I'm just kidding. Rock and Ron does not fuck kids. He makes love to them very passionately. And on that note, I want to wish everybody a happy new year.
Happy New Year, Ian.
Thank you for having me on, and look forward to seeing you motherfuckers in Nashville.
August 2021.
Yeah, we got to do it again. Except now I got to pay to get in. This sucks.
Nah, we'll take care of you. You've raised enough money for us. We can take care of you.
We'll start a podcast together. We'll put out one episode a week before Rockin' Pod, so you don't have to pay to get in.
Yeah. That way I can interview the guy from who we trying to get this year? Was it DAD? We're gonna get them to do a Bands Reunited.
I'm not saying anything.
I have no idea.
Day away. Come on, that's a great song.
What, Sleeping My Day Away?
Yeah.
How come you're making me pay, Chris?
Yeah, DAD's awesome.
That's to cover your bail, you son of a bitch.
Insurance.
Gentlemen, again, thank you very much, and best of luck to all of you and all your shows. And man, just looking forward to the next year. It can't get any fucking worse.
I hear you. All right, take care, Ian.
All
Be
right,
safe. Take care.
Ian.
Love you, man.
Bye.
All right.
God, thank God that's over.
I thought he would never leave.
Yes. Oh, you assholes. Too funny.
So, Toomey, are you in Indiana or Kentucky now?
Indiana.
Indiana. All right. So, well, that's kind of late, but congratulations on the nuptials. Hope things are going well so far.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, 2020 hadn't been too bad. Got the promotion at work, got married, bought a house. It's like everybody else is sucking about 2020, and I'm like, been like one of the better years I've had in a while. So,
yeah.
Well, like I said, it's all perspective, man. It's what you choose to focus on.
So same-sex marriage is legal there now, huh?
Yes, it is. And he and I are very happy. So love is love, Ron. You know that.
It's too funny. Oh man. So what does the wife think of all the podcasting stuff? Is she fed up yet or not?
No, she still listens every week. I'm blown, and I know.
Whoa! Your wife actually,
our wives.
Yeah, so your wife actually listens to you.
I know, right? Like, I'm still waiting for the day where it's just like, oh, I missed this week or something, but she still listens every week.
Wow.
Yeah, that'll wear off soon.
See, I'm still in the phase where I'm telling my wife, you knew what I was when you picked me up.
You knew what I was when I answered that Craigslist ad.
Yeah.
Exactly. You did your homework.
That's right. Yeah. The wife has banned me from Craigslist.
Oh yeah, my wife she knows that it's either this or I join a band and rehearse 3 times a week and start playing shows that make no money. So she's like, okay, I'll do the podcast.
they're
She's
all
been there.
It's a little cheaper.
Yeah, it's less stressful. And plus, I deal with one bandmate rather than 5, so that's better.
That's right.
She'd be like me and deal with none.
Yeah, true.
Because obviously I don't play well with others because I think I went through 3 co-hosts now.
Yeah, one of which has been roasting you regularly on the.
Why aren't we seeing those?
Section.
Who's in charge of seeing what we see?
Well, Ron is, but I thought this was funny. Ron didn't put that one up.
Hey, I got hardwood floors now just for that purpose.
There you go.
Just to eliminate that.
There's a shot at both of us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck off. When's the next Off Your Meds podcast?
I was gonna say we just had an episode come out today. What are you talking about?
Yeah, literally today.
Yeah, they need to do an Off Our Meds reunion, like a full-on, bring it back.
like when we came up and visited you guys, all of us.
That was a fun weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I haven't talked to Daniel and Fred. Do you still talk to him?
Not like, I think I give him crap about the Colts every once in a while, but other than that, we're good.
Yeah, he's been doing a lot of pro wrestling refereeing.
Yeah.
I guess as far as like, I don't know about this last year because I don't know what kind of shows are running, but
yeah,
I think he's still doing the. Look, he's talking crap on me. He wasn't talking about you guys. He was talking about me.
Okay.
Oh, don't you worry.
We sold ourselves out.
If it's show day and I don't have a show up by a certain time, I get some text messages from him. If my phone goes off at 5 a.m., I know it's him.
It's him, yeah.
Mike's up.
Yeah, he goes to work at the crack of fuck, doesn't he?
And his employers don't care that he's on his phone texting us.
Clearly.
Right?
Yeah.
But I will say in public that my grandmother passed away, and I let him know. And this isn't like, oh, what was me kind of thing, but I let him know. And I actually got like 3 nice text messages in a row. And I didn't know how to react. I was just
print them out and frame them.
Right?
Yeah.
like I'm waiting for like the shut up about your grandma, you wuss or something. But it's like, you doing okay, bud? And I'm like, so he is my friend. So
yeah, no, Metal Mike is awesome.
So
there ain't too many people in this world I would give up my only copy of the Ugly Kid Joe Revolutionary Comics issue to, but I did it for him.
Nice.
I found it in a flea market. It had, what the fuck was it? New Kids on the Block, Ugly Kid Joe, Manili Vanilli, and a dude from 90210. Not Luke Perry, the other one.
Oh, you know the guy's name. Come on, just admit it.
Brandon? I mean,
Priestley?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm just guessing.
I think so. Priestley. But it was like 4 comics in one, but in the little back section, it was Ugly Kid Joe.
Nice.
And I found it at a flea market, and I was like, man, this is pretty cool, but I got to give this to Ugly Kid Joe fan number 1. I'm only number 2. I know my place.
Well, 1 and 2 of 2 is a lot.
That's pretty good. Yeah, that's us. Believe it or not, there's more.
Oh, man. Hey, I need a refill. Is it cool if I take a quick 5?
Yeah, and then I'm going to kick off here pretty quick myself, too, because it's getting late, and I got...
I'll be back in a few. We got...
okay, I'll stick around until you get back.
Oh, our friend from the Rock and Roll podcast has been waiting to get on. Ron's got him backstage, so I'll let...
Well, why don't you put him on while you leave?
Okay, well, I'm going to leave, and then you got... Ron, I'll let you handle introducing him. So I'll be right back.
All right, we got Robert Rowe from the Rock and Roll podcast, brand new podcast.
Come on, Ron, give him a good introduction.
All right, here he is.
Hailing from all the way from Antarctica.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that was it. That was it.
That's not working.
You can hear me, right?
You're a little...
Oh, come on.
All right, Ron, you're going to have to cut him off till he figures it out.
Now you're breaking up. I think you're... I don't know. You got the mic too close to you there, Robert. Looks like a mask.
It might be the internet.
Yeah, I think so. You're very choppy, as they say.
All right, at least we get to see the Ace Frehley mask.
He's got an Ace Frehley mask. Can't tell you much more about him than that. His internet is not good, but he's got an Ace Frehley mask. Yeah. Toomey, I miss you, brother, man. I haven't seen you in forever.
I know, it's been forever.
Yeah.
Well, if you get things fixed there, Robert, let us know.
I was figuring I would get a couple of texts from you on Sunday night. I have 2 other Packer fans, and they as soon as the game was over, it's just
I'm not Bakko always tries to do that to me, tries to drag me into fucking shit talking, but I don't like to shit talk football because I'm a little superstitious like that. It seems like whenever I talk shit, my team loses.
Yeah.
So as long as I stay humble and say, yeah, some Bears fan come up to me and try to talk shit to me, and I'll be like, yeah, well, I just hope it don't go that way on Sunday, and may the best team win, and hopefully your team. I try to be cool about it. I try not to talk a lot of shit about football because I know it can go either way.
It was funny. The guy I work with, a guy that's a big Packers fan, and we were talking about it the other day, and I was like, really, the last 4 games I can think of, Titans Packers. There was a Monday night game a long time ago in like 2003. It was like 48 to something. We win. And then you guys beat us 55-7. And then we beat you guys 48 to 20 something. And it's like this, like back and like there's
right. The last time the Packers played here, Andy LaFon took me to the game because he's got the seats. Yeah, and he took me to the game, and I'm all excited. I got my my cheese cowboy hat on, so it's going to be good, because it's Nashville country. I got my cheese cowboy hat. We walk up to the game, and somebody's over there tailgating, and they're blasting the cheese heads with attitude, featuring Stevie Rochelle. And I'm like, dude, that's Stevie Rochelle from Tough. And we go into the game, and I'm like, this is going to be fucking awesome, and I'm sitting around a bunch of Titans fans, and it's like I want to cheer and scream, but I don't want to be a dick to the people around me either. I'm just weird like that. But that game, it didn't fucking matter because we got our asses kicked.
First play of the game
by the Titans that game.
First play of the game, 75-yard touchdown.
Yeah, I remember that because I was like, what? Everybody's standing up cheering except for me. I'm sitting there just kind of being quiet. What the fuck's going on?
I will tell you, talking about going to an opposing fan stadium, the year the Colts were like 0-14 or something stupid. Me and a friend of mine went up to Indy to a Colts Titans game, and they we're going in. All the fans are like, take it easy on us today, and blah blah blah. Yeah. And then Colts win their first win of the year. Dude, we could not have gotten out of that stadium fast enough.
Yeah,
it was like they felt like they won the Super Bowl. It was just like,
so you walk in, everybody's going, hey, take it easy on us today, joking around, being soft with you, but on the way out, they're all giving you hell.
Oh yeah. It was real bad. I've been to that Colts stadium twice, and both times we just got murdered. I mean, it's the Colts too. We always get murdered by the Colts, but still.
My best football experience in my entire life took place at a Titans game. It was the Packers and the Titans. I know it was preseason. It was a preseason game, and my wife and I had just gotten married. Ace was just a little bitty kid, and the Packers were coming to town. This was like the first time we ever knew that the Packers were coming to play the Titans. So we're like, we need to get tickets for that. I want to take Ace to see the Packers. And so we got tickets, but they were like the cheapest ones you could get. So we're way up at the top of the stadium on the Titans side where all their fans are at. We're like, whatever, we're just going to go to the game. So Jamie drops me and Ace off. He's just a little bitty kid. We're walking up towards the stadium. We got our shitty tickets in our hand. And there's this guy standing by this really nice car, and he's on his phone. And Ace has got the cheese head on. I've got my jersey. We're clearly Packers fans. So we're walking up to the stadium, and this guy is on the phone. He goes, well, hang on a second. He's like, hey, you guys Packer fans? And I'm like, well, yeah, He's like, you got your tickets already? And now I'm thinking, oh, this guy's some kind of fucking scalper, So I'm leading the kid, and he's just little. I'm leading him away. I'm like, yeah, no, we're good. We got tickets. He's like, well, where are your tickets at? And now I'm trying to be like, get away from us,
Yeah.
And he's like, where are your tickets at? And I'm like, yeah, way up at the top, man. We're just trying to get in and watch this game. And he's like, well, hang on a second. He goes, look, I just got a call. I got to leave. I'm a Packers fan too. I want you to take these tickets, you and your son, and they're probably a little bit better than what you got. And I said, yeah? And he says, yeah. I said, okay, cool. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. But I'm hanging on to my tickets because I don't know if this is bullshit or not.
Right.
So we get in, and I got 2 pair of tickets, and I'm looking at them. I'm like, okay, well, his seats, yeah, these must be way better than what we got. So I take him to the first person, the person doing the seating, telling you where to go. And I say, hey, where do we go? And they're like, oh, down there. And we're like, oh, shit, cool, because otherwise it would have been up there,
Yeah.
So it's like down, great, So me and Ace are making our way down. And then we get to the next usher, and we go, okay, where do we go? And they go, keep going down. We're like, oh, no way, So we get down to the next one. We're like, where do we go? And they're like, down 3 more rows and right over there, right behind the Packers. And this was so long ago, we got to see Favre and Rodgers on the same day. They were both down there.
Oh, wow.
And it was, like I said, a preseason game, but we were right down there. Like, we're yelling at them and they're waving at us and stuff. It was like, that's my best football experience, was taking the kid to that. And he was just a little bitty guy. And we thought we had shit tickets, but we were just so happy to be there just to see the Packers play. And we ended up right down at the edge of the field. It was amazing.
That's awesome.
Yeah, super cool. Just by chance, walked up the right place, the right time.
That reminds me of when in like 1986, I think it was, 85 or 86, my parents took us to Vanderbilt's gym to see a NBA exhibition game between the Hawks and the Bulls. And we're up in the nosebleed section, and there's drunks that are acting a fool. And some ushers came by, and they were like, come with us. And like, they could tell that it was bothering my parents that these guys were just acting up. So they ended up sitting us right behind the Bulls bench. And like, literally Michael Jordan, who was like a rookie or in his second year, was literally 5 feet away from me. That was pretty wild.
Wow.
Of course, I was rooting for the Hawks because I was a Dominique Wilkins fan, but it was so cool to see.
You're never going to be nothing, Michael Jordan.
No, I didn't say that. But
Go back to college.
But that was a trip to see Michael Jordan like that close. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, I suppose in retrospect, especially knowing what he became.
Oh yeah, like I mean, he was just another player at that time. But yeah, like Dominique Wilkins was like my favorite player in those days.
Yeah.
So did we not get Rock and Roll Guy on? What's going on?
He tried to come on, but his internet was real sketchy. He was very choppy, and we couldn't understand what he was saying.
Oh, we've got like 2 of him listed on the backstage area.
They were both trying to come in at the same time, and it just didn't work.
Let me, there's one without his face on it, so I'm going to kick that one from the studio, and we'll see what happens. But, Ron, you want to try to bring him on now?
All right.
What's up?
Hey, it's Tommy Thayer.
No, yeah, it's fake there.
It's fake Fraley.
It's fake Fraley.
How's it
How
going,
you guys doing?
Getting drunk. How are you?
Same.
Oh, man.
Happy New Year to you, Robert.
So
you too, guys. You too. I wanted to say hello to Joshua.
Hello, sir.
And love your podcast, and you know.
I think we became Facebook friends today. So
we did.
BFFs now.
Yeah, we are. a little bit.
Well, we're covering New Year's Eve on both counts. We've got the dead guy and the alive guy. So, Toomey, why aren't you and your wife heading out doing like some partying or something? You're not doing anything tonight?
Well, I did the reason I'm wearing my nice black button up is because I had the funeral today, and then we got the kids upstairs, and we're just gonna hang out at the house. And my dad's coming over tomorrow for a belated Christmas and all that stuff. So I mean, we're in our 40s, Chris. We don't go I'm gonna be lucky to be up at midnight.
My wife's actually out she's bartending right now.
Uh-oh. Slanging drinks.
Yeah.
There's a bar open?
Yeah.
Must be nice.
She bartends at a brewery that's in a kind of like a small town outside of Nashville, and they're supposed to close at 10, and she's like, I'll see you at like 11. And I'm like, no, you won't. I'm like, they'll end up staying open later than that. And I'm like, I'll be passed out by then anyway. So I doubt that I'll stay awake till midnight.
I went to a bar one time a few months ago when they had them doing it until they had to close it, or they had to stop selling alcohol at 10 o'clock. And we went there, and as it was coming up on 10 o'clock, we didn't know what they were going to do, but they ended up selling us little tickets for like raffle tickets, like that they you could you had to pay for a bunch of drinks before 10 o'clock, and then you could use the tickets to get alcohol after that. So probably cheating on that, but that was what they had to do to try to still have people get alcohol after 10 o'clock.
You know what my favorite thing with this whole mask order is my wife and I will go out to dinner, maybe once every other week type thing, but we'll go to a sports bar or something to have, pizza or drinks, and you go in and you have to wear your mask to the table.
Yeah.
But then you sit down at the bar top table,
take it off. Yeah.
Which is you're still at the same level as you are when you're walking because it's high top bar tables. I'm just like, what are we doing here? People like we're still looking eye to eye to our servers. It's insane.
That's how crazy 2020 has been.
Yeah, I don't know. We don't go out much. It's pretty rare that we go out. We went to dinner the other night, and that's exactly the way it was. It was, wear the mask to the table, then take your mask off. I was like,
yeah,
okay, but I don't know. I pretty much have avoided human contact for the most part for like 8 months now, which is crazy. But yeah, because I like to go to concerts. I go to club shows all the time, and
yeah.
Since I was basically 14 or 15, this is the longest I've ever been between going to a concert. It's crazy.
I mean, we basically flew to San Francisco to see Mr. Bungle in February. I mean, we love going to shows, and it's like I didn't realize that was going to be the last one for God knows how long.
Yeah. I remember you posting pictures from that trip. But I don't know what about Robert? Right? Am I right on that? So, like, have you gone to anything anything lately, or you hold up like the rest of us?
Yeah, we're all holed up, and we try to go see some shows, but yeah, we're like, nope, can't go.
Yeah, there's one place that has been doing rock shows here lately, and I get invited all the time to it, but just like I'm just gonna wait till things get back to closer to normal. And I think we're close. I do think we're close to that. So we just have to wait it out. But
hey, shout out to Jim Kuhn here.
Hey, Jim.
To see us, one of the Kuhn brothers.
Oh boy,
if you remember,
is he the one that came to Nashville?
No, that was his brother Pete.
Pete, yeah, I remember Pete.
One of the Kuhn brothers on the Kuhn Brothers Rockcast was on Decibel Geek TV for a while. Good to see you, Jim.
Robert, Robert, are you doing laps? What are we doing here?
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, I am doing laps.
Is your smartwatch telling you need to move?
Just relax. Just relax.
It's
I just thought
Kiss aerobics.
I just thought that was the Jaeger kicking in.
I'm trying to work off the alcohol to get a new buzz. I'm trying to get a new buzz. So.
Ron, how many of those have you had tonight?
I lost count.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Ron's looking for a New Year's Jaeger bomb, so he'll be good.
Oh yeah, he's ready for sure. This is a picture of him from earlier. That's Ron earlier today. Oh, he even got the sound effects, and I don't even have to do it from my own side.
There we go. So Robert, tell us about your podcast, man. Obviously, we became friends today, and I saw you have a show. So, what do you do on your show?
Well, basically, we're gonna, just talk about, rock and metal and what have you. It's just basically, us talking about, having our favorite rock bands out there, and it doesn't matter what it is, it's just a good time.
Do you do
anything bad about Judas Priest and you'll be all right?
Yeah,
actually, we are doing a Judas Priest episode really soon.
Say nothing but glowing things. Right, Josh?
Yeah.
Yeah, but Nostradamus is not going to be on that list.
Oh, no. Well, like when we do the best and worst of 90s Priest, that'll come up.
Yeah, that'll be easier.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we're just basically going to talk about our, favorite things, We're doing this Sunday, we're going to go with Iron Maiden, Pantera, Alice in Chains, and Stone Temple Pilots.
What are you talking about with those bands?
Our favorites.
Your favorite songs? Okay.
Yeah, our favorite albums.
Album.
It's just going to be, it's going to be a mishmash. I know it seems a little fucked up, with everything. How can you go Iron Maiden, Pantera, Alice in Chains, and Stone Temple Pilots?
Aaron, what the fuck are you doing?
Nothing.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Did you find that Primrose Way album that you had?
No. When I was outside, I had you guys on my phone so I could at least keep up what you guys were talking about.
We were talking about you, so don't worry about
it. Aaron, I was the first singer in your band. But
yeah,
you were the singer in Rock Solid.
Well, way to go for picking out such a shitty name.
Right?
It's
I'm
not
sorry.
as bad as Rock Cox. So.
I'm so
Right,
sorry,
that would have been
Aaron.
better.
We would have been better if we went, yeah.
Well, let me ask you this: Iron Maiden or Judas Priest? Which one you picking?
Iron Maiden.
Oh, come on, man. No.
And that's such a tough call, man. And that's the one everybody goes to for the new wave of British heavy metal. Do you like Maiden or do you like Priest better? And to me, it just depends on the day.
You wouldn't have a new wave of British heavy metal without Judas Priest. So that's all I'm saying.
Wow.
Maybe. But the leaders aren't always the perfecters.
In my opinion, they are. Although
your opinion sucks.
All right, well, I took care of that problem. All right, that's better.
Oh, fuck you. Fuck you.
If you really want to be successful, though, Robert, just throw a little Juice Newton in there.
Oh, fuck you. All right, I'm going to take care of this problem right now. There we go.
Dickhead, get rid of
fucking
him
asshole.
now. That guy's Juice Newton.
Hey, I don't come to the elementary school and fuck with you during your job.
Yeah.
He doesn't come to the elementary school and cock block you, so.
Exactly.
I would go with a different joke, but we would get blocked.
Well, when you get past 3 drinks, it gets it gets lower and lower.
Yeah, his Jaeger consumption's over the roof.
What are you drinking tonight?
I'm just having a few beers.
Where are you from, Robert?
Yeah.
I am originally from Chicago, but I'm living in Missouri, like they like to say. Missouri.
What part of Missouri?
I am in Boonville.
Boonville, okay. I lived in Lee Summit and Independence for a while.
Oh, nice, dude.
Yeah. Boonville has a strip club, so I've heard.
They have a strip. Where is it?
Well, they did in 2000. They did in 2000.
I haven't found it.
They had one in 2001 that had middle-aged strippers with lots of bruises. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Wow.
I can't imagine any industry out there that's been hurt worse by COVID than strip clubs.
Right.
Did you know
like Dwayne Haskins, and that'd be all right.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Did you know in Nashville, even before COVID, they had it was like a 6-foot rule with strippers where if you want a lap dance, you have to throw money at them and they can't even get in your lap.
Yeah,
so it's not even a lap dance.
It's not a classic lap dance at all.
So it's like why bother going to a strip club,
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where the whole fucking money thing came from, throw your money out.
Well, I remember when I first moved down to Nashville, it was different because I came from Wisconsin where you'd go to the strip club, you'd buy your beer just like at a regular bar. You pay a little bit more for it because you're paying for the entertainment to go with the beer. So instead of going to a regular bar and paying $2 for a beer, you're going here and you're paying $5, but it's for the entertainment that comes with it.
Yeah.
Come down to Nashville the first time I ever went to a strip club.
BYOB.
And they said, don't you want to bring any beer in? And I was like, what? You can bring your own beer in? And they're like, yeah. And I was like, oh, hell yes. So I ran down the street to the Tiger Market, grabbed a 12-pack of beer, came back, and they're like, do you want us to put this on ice for you? And I was like, that would be awesome. And they're like, okay, well, it's going to cost this much.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, wait a minute. You just told me to go get beer, and I did, and I brought it here, and now you're going to charge me to bring it in?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
It's going to cost you like $10 more just for ice.
And they're
Aaron,
going to
you
hold
like
on
the
to it
story.
and bring it to you. And then you got to tip them every time they bring you one of the beers you bought and then paid to bring into the club.
So Aaron,
sucks.
one night we were out at Deja Vu when it was on what was
On
that?
Demumbrian.
Demumbrian.
That was my first job when I moved to Nashville, the
on
world's
Bean
friendliest
Bowl.
bouncer.
And then one night we were there all the time because one of our singer's girlfriend worked there. It was totally rock and roll time of my life. But I was going to the bathroom, and the bathroom was to the right.
Yeah.
I'm walking up there, and as I'm walking, I walk right into the Undertaker. Like literally, like we meet at the bathroom door, and I just looked up, and I was just like, "Holy shit, that's the Undertaker!" And like he held the door for me or something. But it was just one of those like crazy nights that basically all the WWF guys were there, hanging out before or after the show or whatnot.
Well, that guy lived in Bellevue in the 90s. I used to serve him at Pizza Hut all the time.
Did you really?
He would come to lunch, and he would come dressed in the whole outfit.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
Yes.
You don't break kayfabe,
He
That's
did.
right. Not back then.
He would walk to the fucking right. He lived in this little neighborhood near the restaurant, and he would walk there in the outfit and have lunch.
Yeah.
And nobody took it more seriously than that guy.
We're all over the map, Aaron, but the one thing growing up with my dad is we would, when I lived in Owensboro, Kentucky, for a little bit, we got Memphis wrestling on, I think, Monday or Tuesday nights. We took over Evansville for a minute. Like it was like Memphis, Nashville, Louisville, and then they would go over to Owensboro, Evansville.
Yeah.
So
They called that the loop.
Yeah. We would go to the sports center, which is what it was called. And we would go see, all I really remember as a kid is Jerry the King Lawler was there, but I don't know who I saw, and I got all the autographs and everything else. But at the time, I was like, that's not Hulk Hogan, that's not the Ultimate Warrior. Like,
right.
I wasn't taking it in probably as much as I should, because listening to wrestling podcasts, people like that aren't from the area talk about that time frame of the late 80s, and in the 80s of the USWA and all that stuff. Yeah. Just like, oh my God, it was
very revered.
But back then I was like, wait a minute. But yeah, you get the 50 Cent program, and you go and you would meet all the wrestlers and stuff. I really need to like dive in and see what I actually saw back then.
Yeah, you probably got to see some really cool stuff. You had no idea. But that Memphis stuff is really revered amongst wrestling fans, especially looking back, because they took more of a storyline approach. It put more of a soap opera to it, and I got to do a lot of cool stuff in wrestling myself. And one of the coolest things I ever got to do was to write the stories. And so what I would always try to do is write angles that people would relate to. And it was totally based off the Memphis stuff where, oh, this guy is mad because, why are these guys fighting? They're not fighting for a belt. They got to have a reason. You got a girlfriend that comes to the ring with you. She's going to start flirting with this guy, and then you're going to have this whole conflict because it's two guys that like the same girl. Who can't relate to that? And that's total Memphis style.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. We had some of that too. I got, Josh, you and I both grew up in Nashville. So like, you remember they would show the USWA on Saturday mornings from Memphis, and it was like Dutch Mantel and Jeff Jarrett and
all those guys.
And all those guys, and like Rock and Roll Express and all those guys, and was it Lance Russell was the announcer?
Yeah.
And Dave Brown was the guy next. And Dave Brown, it was funny. We would go down to Memphis to visit my aunt and uncle and their kids, and the Dave Brown would be like the weather guy or the sports guy on local Memphis TV. Yeah. And I'm like, holy shit, that's the guy from the wrestling show.
Nice.
So like anytime we would go down to Memphis, I couldn't wait for Saturday morning because I would watch the USWA. And my uncle was a wrestling announcer during those days at the fairgrounds. And, I got to go to shows all the time, and I'd see all those guys wrestle. And but like, you don't really, when you grow up here, you don't really realize that how much of a part of history that stuff was.
Right.
to you it's just local wrestling, but you know, I talked to Aaron and other people, and they're like, "Oh my God, you got to see some like amazing stuff."
Right.
You know? And like, there was like in Ashland City. My uncle took me out to Ashland City, and I remember me and my brother went out there, and they built the ring that morning, and we saw Gypsy Joe wrestle.
Oh, I love
wrestle
Gypsy
out in the
Joe.
middle of this fucking field in the middle of nowhere in Ashland City. It was like 105 degrees, and that was actually the day that I realized that wrestling was fake. Because because we're all because me and my brother are standing next to the ring and we're watching these giant elbow drops and we're realizing that all the elbows hitting the mat next to the guy's head.
Yeah.
It's like it's not real. And I remember bugging my uncle about that, and he's like, "No, it's real. I promise you." But
one of my favorite things from working in wrestling was one time this little kid come up to me, and it was before the show, and he's like, Mr. Camaro, can I ask you a question? I'm like, sure, kid. What do you got? You know, lay it on me. And he says, you know, I've been coming to these wrestling shows for a while, and I've been kind of noticing that when the wrestlers are in the ring, they're talking to each other.
yeah, they are.
And I go, oh, shit. Oh,
Yeah, they are. They're like, okay, who's gonna do this punch? Who's gonna do
so
this?
now we're gonna do this. Next, we're gonna do that. And you're ready for this? Here it comes. You know, stuff like that. And so I'm like, oh shit, this kid's got me on the spot now. You know, and I don't want to wreck it for him. You know, I don't want to be the guy that ruins it. You know, my dad did that for me.
Exactly.
And
So
my dad did that for me too. He was like, it's all fake.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you motherfucker, you know.
So I took this
wanted
kid. I put my hand on his shoulder. I said, come here, let's get away from everybody else. I want to tell you something, you know, and I got him away from everybody else. And I said, look, I'm going to tell you a secret that most people do not realize about professional wrestling. I said, you know, there's a lot of athleticism that's involved in this. You know, you got to be an athlete. You got to be in good shape. You got to be a fighter. I said, but one thing that people really don't realize about pro wrestling is most of the game in winning a match is getting inside your opponent's head. So when these guys are locking up with each other, the best thing that they can do is whisper the meanest, nastiest things they can think of to their opponent to get them off their game so that they can have the advantage in the match. So when you see these guys in there talking to each other, that's what they're doing. And that's the secret of every successful professional wrestler. But don't tell anybody I told you this, because if it gets out that that's what it is, I'll get in trouble for telling you that.
Yeah.
And so then when that kid's like, oh, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Thank you, Mr. Camaro. And back to his seat he went to enjoy the show, as he should. You know, I can't be the guy that ruins that for him. So I go back to the locker room later and I start telling this story. And so I get to the part where I say, you know, so I take the kid to a side and I'm going to let him in on the secret. And I can see it on all their faces. They're about to get really angry because they feel like I'm about to spill the secret, you know. And then I tell them what I really told them. And they're like, it was like a sigh of relief, you know, like, oh, great. We don't have to kill Aaron Camaro tonight for ruining wrestling.
You know, that's what's funny is Rock and Ron says the same thing to kids. Like, don't tell anybody.
Yeah, don't tell anybody.
It's going to be a secret.
You're going to ruin sexual molestation for everybody.
Your mother's a whore, you know.
Poor Ron gets picked on.
Oh, man.
So, Chris, since we could do some local stuff, you know, what was your favorite venue to go to as a kid? You know, like growing up and
for concerts?
Yeah. Like, you know, were you at 328? You know, were you
he would say Kittyland.
Outer Limits?
328 was probably the best. Cannery was great. But yeah, 328 or the Cannery. That was like the main two at the time. Yeah, Ace of Clubs was cool.
I never got to go there, actually. I remember a bunch of shows being there, but I never got to go.
Well, a lot of their shows were 21 and up, and I would sneak into a lot of those shows. But and like I ended up booking a concert there. They changed the name of it to Fuel, and I started booking concerts there in the mid 2000s, and none of them drew shit because I would book I'd book local rock bands, and then they would play Jennifer Lopez shit between acts. It was like, oh, that's good. It's like, yeah, so get those people to come in. I like David Cathy. Mother's Music Emporium. Yeah,
I drive past it every day on the way to work.
I so envy that guy because he saw Kiss play at a small little club in Nashville.
My father-in-law was there.
Yeah, 1974, their first U.S. tour. He saw them. He was like 12 years old, and your father-in-law was like 13, I think, right?
Yeah, they were just little kids.
That's crazy.
Ron would have loved it.
My question to you guys: how old are all of you?
I am
old
40,
are you?
I'm 44.
45.
41.
Ron's 70.
Ron's the young one. Ron is 12 at heart.
He's 12 at heart.
What about you, Robert? How old are you?
I'm 44.
Okay, you're saying maybe.
So,
you're a bunch of young whippersnappers.
Yeah, shut up. Anyways,
That's right in.
anyways,
Be careful, he'll have an interest in you.
yeah,
You know, I think I have a co-host for the Rock and Roll
Toomey's the youngest.
he might. My question to you guys is, what was your first show, and your age? Just
Kiss, Slaughter, and Danger, 1990 Hot in the Shade tour. So I was like, I guess I was 13.
wow.
Yeah.
I guess
Okay,
technically,
we know you're 33 when
technically my first show was the Violent Femmes playing a club in Appleton, Wisconsin, but I was too young to get in. So me and my friends, we stood outside the club and could hear the music. That was technically my first real concert was Kiss. Well, no, Trickster, Great White Kiss in Madison, Wisconsin on the Revenge Tour was my first official, what I feel is a real concert.
That was my second Kiss tour.
Nice. Yeah, I saw them on that tour. Good tour.
My first ever concert was Cannibal Corpse at
Nice.
Wow.
Cannibal Corpse
at 328.
My grandma took me.
Yeah. No, my friend's mom took us. Actually,
I saw Fugazi at 328.
Yeah, I saw them a couple times. It was always like $5 to get in there for them.
Yep.
And
Cheap
then
as shit.
they actually raised the ticket price one time to $5.50, and people flipped shit.
Craziest pit I've ever been in was Fugazi.
Yeah, I went to a bunch of those shows.
Yeah.
$5.50, that's one less beer.
All right, my first was November.
Ron's was Frank Sinatra, 1953.
Yeah, I know. November 4th, 1979, Kiss Dynasty Tour, McNichols Arena, Denver, Colorado.
Nice. Were they good that night or were they shitty?
I thought they were good, but I was, 9 years old?
Yeah.
I was 5 months old at that show. I'll be right back.
There's Eric Luzier, the Canadian resident, for Helix and Honeymoon Suite. That's a cool show. I wish I could have seen that show.
That's such a Canadian lineup.
Have you seen the Helix video that has Tracy Lords in it?
No.
I know Ron has because
Is
she
it
was
banned?
Ron has seen it because she's underage.
We'll have to check Ron's hard drive. He's probably got it.
Yeah, keyword hard. Well, yeah, Helix did a bunch of uncensored videos back in those days with a bunch of underage girls.
Oh, I do remember that.
Of course you do.
Yeah, of course I do. No, I do remember there was a video cassette called Red Hot Rock that was put out that had a whole bunch of band videos. And I think the Helix was on there. A couple Duran.
Yeah, Duran had some nude videos too.
They had some sexy videos.
Yeah.
Hot models.
With like a boxing
the
ring.
Tubes.
Yeah,
the Tubes had one on there. They actually had guys in a locker room that was like flopping around.
Huh?
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to see
the
that.
two. I don't know what the hell. It was like Sport Jock or some song. Somebody that knows the Tubes might know the song, but yeah, it was like in a locker room, and B Weibo was singing, and there was a bunch of guys in the locker room naked running around, and very.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Welcome back, Josh. You missed out on a lot of cool stuff.
Ron was just telling us a story about his childhood.
Yeah.
And why he actually does. And why none of his actions were his fault.
Everything makes so much more sense now.
Thanks, David.
David Cathy.
Thanks, David.
Thanks for all
David Cathy. He rules.
Yeah.
Tracy Lords brought to court.
Yeah, there's definitely some.
That's true.
Ron has those on those big box VHSs somewhere.
Yep.
You can see the Helix video with Tracy Lords on YouTube, actually, if you search for it.
I'm sure you can.
Yeah,
Ron told me.
She wasn't naked in it, was she?
Oh, she's straight up naked.
Oh, was she?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know you're gonna sign off and look it up now, but yeah. But yeah, that was Kiss was the first show for me, and then then a lot of club shows in Nashville. Yeah, but 328 and Cannery those were kind of the main places I would go. I would go to the End once in a while, but that was for smaller bands. I played the End a couple of times.
Yeah.
I don't know. What about you? What was your favorite place to go see a local show?
To see a local show. I mean, we were big IndieNet Lucy's.
Yeah, we played Lucy's. We rented our PA system to Lucy's one night because their PA crapped out during our set, which really sucked. And we had our PA in the car.
Yeah, that sucks.
And they were like, "Can we rent your PA system?" We're like, "Yeah." So we made $100 that night just because we rented them our PA system. But it was, and actually, I have the flyer in front of me. It was us, Primrose Way, Clubber Lang, Staring at the Sun, and Picasso Trigger, and also Fun Girls from Mount Pilot. I don't know if you remember any of those bands.
The Fun Girls from Mount Pilot, I think they're the band that one time just sat a Teddy Rupskin on stage.
Yeah,
and played like an Ozzy tape.
Yeah, they were a joke band. We opened for them. That tells you how good they were.
Oh wow! Wow.
This is why I don't release any of the music, because that's how bad we were. Guys.
But Nashville is so much better than it was. I remember when I moved here in 2003, and people would say, "Let's go downtown. Let's go party downtown." I say, "Yeah, whatever. Let's go party." And we'd be down in these clubs, and they're playing all this, hip hop and disco and shit. And I'd be drinking and having a good time, and just be like, damn, I can't take it no more. I can't take it no more. I remember one night going, I'm fucking leaving. And they're like, where are you going? I'm going to find a fucking rock club. I got to hear some rock music. I can't take it. And so I'm walking down Broadway asking people, where do they play rock music?
There was nothing on Broadway.
And they were like, no, but they said something about this place called Hurricanes. And I remember trying to find it and never finding it. Oh, it's up there. It's around the corner over here, and never finding it. And it was like, man, there ain't no rock and roll in Nashville.
There was a Hurricane in Kansas City I used to go to that was a rock club.
I played
there. I don't even know what this was. I never found it.
Did you?
Mm-hmm. Primer did.
Yeah.
It's funny, Ron, Cinderella. I saw Cinderella at the Mix Factory. And
that was on 2nd Avenue.
Yeah, we were standing there, and I looked over to my left, and like the Nelson twins were standing next to me in like 95, 6, somewhere in there.
I used to hang out there.
It's just like, why are you here, Nelson? Why are you here, Fred Corey?
We're here to see Cinderella.
It's funny, and I talk about this a little bit of the show sometimes, but like the whole Fred, Corey, and me meeting, you know.
My wife's a liar. Apparently, my wife's had a few drinks tonight too for New Year's Eve.
Yeah, she was like one shot for me all night.
She's had a whole bottle. She's saying I'm cut. Believe me.
There you go.
Yeah.
But you know, looking back on like on meeting Fred, Corey, and the whole like arcade had kind of just stopped. Cinderella was like right before all of that. I mean, we were like a year or two removed from Fred being like Fred Corey from Cinderella. You know, when we started doing
somebody needs to mute
Is everybody's audio cracking up?
Somebody needs to mute their mic because that's like a lot of static.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and sign off for the night.
I
love you guys. Happy New Year, 2020. Fuck off. Ready for 2021.
Happy New Year.
All right,
less technical difficulties.
I'm gonna do the same. Happy New Year.
All right. Happy New Year's, guys. I'll see you later.
Cheers, guys.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Later.
Be safe.
Yeah.
Enjoy the Coors Light.
Later, Toomey. You fucking rule, dude.
Thanks, Aaron.
All right.
There we go.
Now it's down to 3 kicks in the groin.
Oh,
Oh man. Well, it's like what we're talking about. So Mix Factory. I saw. We played 328, and we opened for the Grinning Plowman and the Mayonnaise Farmers.
Nice.
Do you remember those bands?
oh yeah.
So,
Ron's like, I'm out of here too, guys.
yeah.
We're gonna start waxing poetic about 90s alternative metal in Nashville.
Before that, like we were the first band, and then before the Grinning Plowman and the Mayonnaise Farmers was a band titled Satan Shit.
Nice. No, they're not Satan's taint, but Satan.
Well, it was members of the Mayonnaise Farmers and Grinning Plowman just doing a joke band where they like played a bunch of just straight up noise and threw fish at the audience. So we opened for that. That tells you how bad we really were. That was who we opened for. That's how bad we were. And like we pulled like 20 people that we knew, and that was it. You can actually see the Grinning Plowman set from that same night on YouTube. Somebody uploaded that recently.
I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, you can't see us, thankfully.
No, I'm gonna find that stuff. Somebody's got it somewhere on a VHS in their closet.
Well, there's photos of that show on my Facebook page. If you look in the photo albums, it's in there. Yeah,
That was like a crazy time where the bands that kind of came before 12 Volt and before Adrenaline Hammer and whatnot. It was like FUCT. And
I remember them too. Clay Brocker.
Obviously Teen Idol's really big.
Yeah.
Just Today Is the Day.
Today Is the Day played at the Knoll at MTSU when I was going there. And I remember the crowd had no idea what to make of them. They were just I kind of got into it because it was Steve Austin was kind of cool, but it was very avant-garde type shit.
Yeah.
And but I remember most of the people there were like, what the fuck is this? It was very different.
Yeah, it was a crazy time, and it was fun. It was fun kind of being in all that. And just getting to I was still in high school. We sold out Lucy's. And it was the most insane thing I ever saw because the band that played before us, there was like a half full Lucy's. And then as we were setting up, I turn around and the place is like packed. And like people I went to high school with were there, which was crazy because, it wasn't people I talked to. And
was it Crop Circle Hoax?
No.
I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about.
We're just basking in like, early mid 90s Nashville bullshit.
I was back in the day when it was. I always thought that city was bigger than it was. I think I thought Nashville was as big as it is now. Back
then, yeah, I did too.
And then you see, like, do you ever watch those videos that pop up on YouTube? It's like somebody in 1995 driving down Broadway.
Oh yeah, it's much different.
Camera. And you're like, oh yeah, no, that's crazy.
Well, yeah. Now, Ron, I know you're lost in this conversation, but like, you can find some of Josh's old band. Look up 12 Volt Negative Earth on YouTube. Like they were a legit band, and like they were really, really good. I used to pay to watch them play, and they were really, really good. And like I actually thought you guys were gonna break out from the local scene because
me too.
well, you guys had your shit together, and you knew how to market yourselves. And they were. I even remember Tall in Tokyo. I don't think I ever saw you live, but I remember the band name.
Yeah, that was a fun band too. But yeah, you know, it's funny you look at some of these bands that did make it out of that time period, and 12 Volt was definitely drawing more people than those people back then.
You guys drew a lot of people.
You know, like, well, I mean, when the second album came out, we almost sold out 328.
Yeah,
that's insanity.
You guys and you remember Return to Self?
I know that name.
You guys and them were kind of on the same, par at the same time. Like Return to Self did a CD release show at Exit In, and did really well with that. But I remember 12 Volt doing really well, and I booked I didn't book you guys. I booked. Do you remember Dead Sun?
Oh, I played in Dead Sun for a minute.
Did you really?
Yeah.
I think everybody played that band. That's crazy. So yeah, D. Quinlan was the bass player for a long time.
I think I ever played D. I think I was right after D.
Well, D wound up having like heart trouble and shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I booked Dead Sun to play a festival show I did at Exit In. It was like 14 bands, and that was the last show that I booked. It's called Music City Mayhem, and it drew dick. It drew nobody. It was mostly unknown bands. I mean, Dead Sun and Valhalla were the two headliners.
Nice.
And Valhalla was great. I mean, Terry Palace is still one of my favorite singers.
Oh yeah, he was great.
Yeah.
I ended up working with him at a staging company, and he would work like 32 hours straight. You would work, and then you would go home, and you would come back, and he would still be working, building a stage.
Yeah.
But yeah, I saw them open for Overkill in like 95.
Was that at the Muse?
No, that was at 328.
Yeah, it'd be 328 at that point.
But it was like nobody was there. It was like 94, 95.
That was a bad time for metal.
Yeah. And it was, we were the third row back, and we were the last row of people watching the show.
That's sad.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Well, it was one of the weird things. I know Aaron's off the stream now, but we actually were both at the same Overkill show at the Muse and didn't know each other.
Wow.
Yeah, like it was Overkill and Piranha opening, and I was friends with the guys in Piranha because the singer for Piranha, Darren, was the singer for my band for a while, and then he quit our band to restart Piranha.
Nice.
And I went back. No, not nice, but but I went to support him, and I saw Overkill, and like Aaron was at the same show, and it was not that many people there. It was not a good. It was a great show, but not a good turnout for that one.
Yeah, one of the first times we played 328, we co-headlined with Piranha.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and like this is like 97 or 8.
Yeah, those guys hung in there for a long time. They made it till like the mid 2000s. The mid to late 2000s.
Who's that? Piranha?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had a great song called Mutation. That was like one of my favorite songs from that era. But me and Darren wrote several songs together, and then he's like, no, the guys in Piranha really want to put the band back together. And I was like, well, I guess we're going to. That was the story of my life. We never could secure a singer. We'd get a guy that would come in, and then he'd leave us. So, like a lot of the stuff I have on tape or whatever it's digital music, but not a lot of vocals.
Right.
But, except for that thing that Aaron had on the CD earlier, which I hope you never hear that.
You're going to find all that. I got to try that.
Yeah, pretty terrible.
There's somebody out there who's got to have a Primrose Way demo. Maybe.
Yeah, like I said, 5 guys have it, and you don't know the other 4.
Oh, we'll track them down. Yeah, man, just all that time back then, man, seeing all those shows and just going to shows. Thanks,
David Hudson,
living the dream.
D-Hud.
Got the Black Crows podcast going.
Yep.
You need to get Steve Gorman.
Aaron's back.
Oh, Aaron popped back on there.
God, stop it, Chris.
Okay, you do it. Are you back?
There ain't nothing exciting going on around here. I got to admit to you guys something. I'm a little bit of a fireworks file. You know, there's a lot of fireworks going on, and I hear them popping outside, and I really want to go look at them every once in a while.
So you chose fireworks over us? Thanks a lot.
You know, I
went and checked on the wife. The wife always, yeah, we got to jump into the new year, right? Yeah, she's in there sleeping.
You stay up till midnight.
Unpopular opinion, Aaron Camaro. I hate fireworks.
Really?
Why?
I think they are the most boring thing I've ever seen in my life.
Well, you would have hated the Kiss live stream today.
It's like one goes off, and I'm like, all right, that's cool.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, all right, I'm done.
All right, well, Aaron, you take over. I'm going to refill my drink then.
I love explosions.
One is great. Yeah.
So, Toomey, who is the best rock band to ever break out of Nashville?
Best rock band to ever break out of Nashville.
Rock, metal, you know.
Paramore.
Really? Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I can't think of many that actually broke out in Nashville.
And it's a shame because there's been a lot of great bands here, you know. And I heard Chris was talking about like Piranha, and I think of like Noise Cult was a damn good band that I got to see coming up when I moved to Nashville. But you know, it was.
What year did you move to Nashville?
I'm going to say about 2004. I want to say 3-4, right around in there.
All right, yeah. I think that's honestly about the time I moved away.
Yeah.
But, probably for good reason because you moved into town.
Oh, yeah.
But,
you heard I was coming.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, but like big like metal bands and whatnot. Like David Hudson in the chat says, isn't EM Every Mother's Nightmare technically in Nashville? Were they not more Memphis? I thought
I would call them more of a Memphis band because they came up with Tora Tora and Roxy Blue. And
and I know if you're not from Nashville, you think Memphis and Nashville are the same, but they're not.
That's right. You don't see nobody trying to bomb Memphis.
They should, because they're just bombing themselves every day.
That's not an unpopular opinion.
Nashville band, like they're like. I played with some of like the most amazing musicians. I'm not saying I'm good. I'm saying the guys I played with were good, and they smoke dudes that I know that are in big bands,
right,
like, on a daily basis, and they just like don't want to do it. It just blows my mind that like I know a guitar player and a drummer right off the top of my head that probably blow away half the people that are big.
Right.
But yeah, they just just like I'd rather work a day job. Just like,
see, and that's the thing. Like when. For example, like when Dick Wagner played here, rest his soul, he said, I love coming to Nashville because he could show up with his guitar. He calls somebody 2 weeks ahead of time and says, hey, I need a keyboardist, I need a drummer, I need a bass player. Yeah. Somebody maybe sing a couple backups. These are the songs I'm going to do. And when he shows up, he's good to go.
Oh, yeah.
He knows his parts. The band knows their parts. They're good to go. He goes, there's no better place for what I do to play than Nashville because I know without a doubt when I get here, the band that's been preparing for me to get here is on the money, And so I think about like Seattle and Los Angeles, and they all had their scenes, you had the Sunset Strip scene, you had the grunge scene up in Seattle and stuff. But, Music City for years has been known as like country music city USA, but wherever you've got like such a strong country vibe going on, there's the underbelly of that. And there's some really great rock that has gone on here over the years, but you don't really think of like, who's that huge rock metal band that came out of Nashville? I can't really even think of one.
I know, and someone is going to say it whatever this is posted or whatever. They'll be like, what are you guys totally forgot about?
Yeah.
But it's just like, I always talked about, because when my bands were coming up, we would get good studio time. good rates on studio time because we were a metal band, because the guys that worked at the studios wanted to record some metal because they had done, this, that, and the other thing all day long. I think one of the last demos I ever did, we did it like Faith Hill's house. It's just like, they and all the guys. So the top of the line studios are there in Nashville.
Right.
You got all these dudes that are from rock backgrounds in Nashville.
Yeah.
So if you're doing metal in Nashville, people were like, fuck, let's do it because I'm sick and tired of recording the same country song over and over.
Well, that's like when like Tyson does like one of his get together shows where we're going to pay tribute to all these hard rock and metal bands. It's like, who's playing? Well, you got the drummer from Taylor Swift and you got the bass player from, Georgia, Florida Line. And it's like all these guys are like, they're metal guys at their heart, but they live in Nashville and they take the good paying gigs, and you just might end up being the drummer for Taylor Swift, even though your favorite band might be Overkill or something,
I'll answer David Hudson's question there. I have not heard any of the new Megadeth. I think even if I'm tight with Tom, like Megadeth and Tom are kind of two separate things. I know that he's big on David Ellison stuff, but I have not heard any of the new Megadeth. Definitely would love to hear that.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of going back to what you're saying there with you've got so many amazing musicians in town, and then you've got the Ace Frehley is supposedly there recording a new album.
Yeah.
Megadeth did their new album there. I mean, like the Music City. When I talked to Wolf Hoffman, he's in Nashville.
Yeah,
they did the new Accept album in Nashville. So it's kind of turning into kind of what we wanted 20, 25 years ago with all of the rock guys coming to Nashville to record and kind of making more of a scene out of it. But I don't know, man. I wish there was a bigger metal band to come out of Nashville. But I mean, in all honesty, what's the biggest metal band to come out of anywhere lately, I guess, is a question.
Right. True.
Unless you're Five Finger Death Punch, you're not getting love anywhere.
And even if you are Five Finger Death Punch, you ain't getting much love here.
But yeah, it's funny, man. I know I've said this a lot on my show talking about growing up in Nashville, and I know Chris can kind of attest to this too, but there was a point in the 90s where you would start to go to shows and you would be standing there watching the show, like kind of getting into it, and you look over to your right and you're like, oh shit, Nelson's here. Oh, there's Cinderella. Or I remember one time we were practicing in our rehearsal space, and between songs you can kind of hear the bleed through from the room over. And I'm like, why is the band next to us playing Slaughter songs over and over? Or and they kept, so we wander over and it's Mark Slaughter, Fred Corey, and it was like a guy from Billy Idol's band, not Steve Stevens, but they were just there doing it because they were going to do a all-star jam set.
Yeah.
But they were all just jamming in the room, together and stuff like that. But there was definitely a time, a friend of mine sold Bret Michaels a car, in the late 90s. It's like they all of a sudden just all ascended on Nashville, kind of. Yeah. I guess they came, and Aaron's like, well, I'm coming there too.
Yeah. If it's good enough for Michael Wagner, it's good enough for me. I'm on my way.
Right. Actually, I didn't realize when I was doing some Accept research, when I did my Wolf Hoffman interview, and I didn't realize that there was a band before Accept that Wolf Hoffman was in. I mean, I'm sorry, Michael Wagner was in.
Yeah.
And then like Wolf, I think kind of technically replaced Michael Wagner in the band that band became Accept.
Because Michael Wagner joined the German army, I think is what it was.
Is that what it was?
His number came up and it was time for him to go. And by the time he came back, he had been replaced. And at that point he was like, yeah, but I can produce you guys. And
right.
So I think that's how it went from there. But yeah, Michael Wagner was technically a member of the earliest versions of Accept.
Right. Hey, Dick Clark, welcome back.
It's officially rocking New Year's Eve again.
But yeah, I mean, it's cool, like like Michael Wagner being there, and even even Wolf Hoffman. I mean, they've been there for a very long time.
Time.
All those dudes just Nashville's becoming that place.
I remember before I even moved down here, I looked at like who was here, on like, because the internet was still sort of new, I guess. And I remember seeing Michael Wagner, Skid Row, Wire World Studios, and thinking, man, I would sure love to get down there to Nashville and be able to, meet some of the people that hung out there. And who the hell knew that a few years later I would meet Chris and be introduced to podcast and be invited out to Wire World Studios. It's a trip to look at that stuff in retrospect, and you think about like years gone past, and we're coming out of 2020 now, but the possibilities really truly are endless, because I think about that, about how I thought, Nashville, Michael Wagner, Skid Row, Wire World Studios, and it seemed like such a far away thing. But then to move down here and how everything works out, it's life's a trip sometimes. So it gives me hope for 2021 that, it's got to get better. Everything's got to get better. Josh, I know you had an awesome year. And even, it's all perspective. I had a friend post something the other day on Facebook, and it made me smile because he made a list of all these awesome things that happened to him in the year 2020. And really, if you think about it, yeah, we haven't been in any concerts. The last time I was in a crowded room was exactly a year from tonight. And, the year wasn't normal. There was a lot of crazy shit that went on in 2020. But, if you look back years before and you think, well, I never thought that this would happen, or I never thought that would happen. So you got to keep an open mind and a positive attitude and try to concentrate on what's to come, and it can only get better. As awesome as a year as Toomey had, we're all going to have good years in 2021, I hope.
What were you seeing a year ago today?
A year ago today was when I made my in-ring pro wrestling debut.
Oh, yeah.
That was the last time I was in a crowded room. I was inside a wrestling ring competing, fighting for my life.
That was a crowded room?
It was a crowd. It was pretty crowded, I guess, on my standards, I suppose. There was a crowd of people there.
I couldn't believe
all 72 of them.
Yeah, the last one I saw was Choir Boys, and that was into February.
Yeah, that's a good way to go out, though.
I actually forgot. I did luck out because this year I did go on the Monsters of Rock cruise in February.
Nice.
And we just barely dodged the bullet, because like the week after we got back from that cruise was when they started talking about ships that were stranded out at sea that they wouldn't let dock. So we really dodged the bullet. We just barely got through with that. But it seems like it was ages ago now.
Right.
You could have been stuck on a boat with Sebastian Bach for a month. And then how bad would a 2020 been?
Yeah, he would have kicked my ass in an elevator or something.
Well, if you were wearing your Decibel Geek shirt, yeah, he would have.
Yeah, he would have.
You're guaranteed to get laid.
I don't know, man. I wear that shirt like once a week because it's so comfy, and I'm,
You're a newlywed. You better be getting laid.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's like, ooh, baby.
Oh, I see you got your Decibel Geek shirt on. It must be Tuesday.
It kind of is my Tuesday shirt. So.
Well, I think, as you told me, it is the most comfortable shirt you've
It
gotten
really
from
is
the
the
podcast.
most comfortable shirt I own.
Yeah, Redbubble does a good job with those. Although,
the most comfortable shirt I own is that shirt that I got off of Loose Cannon, that No Bots Rockin' Pod shirt. That is one comfortable ass shirt. I wear that all the time.
Yeah, my old Cobras and Fire shirt and my Decibel Geek shirt are definitely in the rotation just because they're comfortable.
Yeah. That's the key to it all. Comfort equals free advertisement.
Well, Chris, Aaron asked a question, but what do you think is the biggest rock band to come out of Nashville?
I guess Kings of Leon, right?
Well, I said Paramore.
Kings of Leon's bigger than Paramore.
No way.
Oh yeah.
No.
I don't know.
I don't know. I think and I'm not even sure because I'm not huge fans of either one of those bands, but I think most people probably would have heard of Kings of Leon over Paramore.
Thank you.
On average.
If I could pull up Spotify downloads right now, or plays right now, I think Paramore would blow them away.
Yeah?
I could tell you right now.
Okay, go for it.
So, I mean, not that I use Spotify or anything.
So didn't Nashville
Bakko,
Pussy come out?
What?
Come out? Didn't Nashville Pussy come out of Nashville?
They were from Atlanta.
They did not come from Nashville.
Oh, that's fucking false advertising.
So Kings of Leon's. Oh, hang on. Kings of Leon's highest rated or highest listened to song is "Sex on Fire," which, if you listen to it, say is "Texas on Fire" is what it sounds like. 658 million.
Wow.
So let's look up Paramore. Paramore, their highest listened to song is "Still Into You," which is 261 million. So way big difference.
But I think if you went catalog, I think you would get more.
I'm not too much work.
I'm just saying, like, I think Paramore has more.
If you want to know what's real,
what about
just go to the Geeks of the go to Beat the Geek route and look up Facebook likes. That's what it really comes down to.
Right.
That's almost as much as my quarantine sessions.
Almost. That's hard to beat, though.
Toomey, what do you think? How do you think the Titans are going to do this Sunday with the Texans?
I think they beat the Texans, but I don't know if they're going to do anything in the playoffs.
The Chiefs are starting their backup quarterback this weekend.
Oh, good. We're back on football.
Oh, wow. All right. Paramore has 24 million likes on Facebook. 24.
Right. I just saw the number, so go ahead with Kings of Leon.
Let me see.
You're a Broncos fan, right, Ron?
I won't admit that in public, no.
Kings of Leon has 10 million likes, so Paramore wins the Facebook popularity battle by a lot.
Exactly.
Paramore. 24 million, Kings of Leon 10 million.
That's not right.
Is what I'm telling you. I just looked it up.
I saw it too. I looked it up too.
I still think Kings of Leon are a bigger band than Paramore.
I think
apparently not by Facebook standards.
Wonder band though,
both bands are two bands that I turned down to review for NashvilleRock.net when I was writing for it. Tells you how great my judgment is. And I also the first show that I reviewed for NashvilleRock.net was a local band called My Beautiful Disaster, who was opening up for Danko Jones. And I remember interviewing them after their set and then thinking, well, Danko Jones is from Canada, so fuck them, and I left.
And you'd have been like, oh, man, this band is fucking awesome.
Exactly, which tells you that I don't have no idea what I'm talking about.
I remember there's a great review of a 12-volt show that we did in Clarksville. Where
Warehouse?
At the warehouse. I left mid-stage to go to the bathroom. and it was documented in a review of the show. Like basically, Toomey had to go pee.
I wish I'd wrote that one, but it wasn't.
When the rest of the band read that review, they were like, "Fucking Toomey, you can't piss before the show."
Hey, Chris talked about us being a very highly marketed band, and who did that? Who did all that? Who do you think did all that?
They were the most hype band in Nashville for a while there.
The guy stopping mid song to take a piss. That's who did it.
Right. Dude, there was nothing better than back then. Like we made friends with the guy at Kinko's, which is like every band at the time. You got to make a friend at Kinko's.
Yes.
He worked third shift, a guy named Pat Richardson. And
on West End, right?
The Kinko's in Rivergate, and he would give me Kinko's cards, and I would get online. This is like the infancy of the internet, late 90s, AOL, and I had my friend's AOL Instant Messenger login, and you could search, like you could put in like city and like likes, so you could put in like, so if I was trying to book a tour, I would put in Kansas City corn, and then a couple people pop up. If there were anybody online, I would just instant message them like, hey, I'm in a band in Nashville. Do you know the cool band in your town or the cool venue to play? And they would be like, oh, you need to check out this band. And so I would try to find it. I was like, well, do you know a member? Do you know a phone number? And I booked an entire 2-week tour doing that in 1997, the year I graduated high school.
Nice.
You're
Entrepreneur.
2 years behind me. I graduated in 95.
Yeah.
So
class of 82.
So I remember, you were in Primer with Bobby Burns, and I help out Scott with his audio version of his podcast, and he had Bobby Burns on, like the story, which I'm probably telling stories out of school here, but God, the amount of grief that he had to go through to get Bobby Burns to come on his show, it's just crazy.
Bobby is his own worst enemy. I love him to death, man. I truly love Bobby Burns to death, but he is his own worst enemy.
Yeah. Like this. I remember the story you got when he eventually closed the deal and everything, but like I guess you were driving the tour bus and he was giving you a bunch of shit for in Chicago, I think.
Yeah, we were in like stop and go traffic in downtown Chicago, and it's like the first time he let me drive the van, and I'm like, and I'd driven vans forever in 12 volt, but it's like. Now I'm in like this bigger band and we have a lot more going on and we have, bigger tours and yeah, so like, he's like, Toomey, drive for a little bit. I need to rest. So he like laid down in the seat behind me and we're driving in stop and go traffic. So it's like, stop, and he's like, I swear to God, if you hit those brakes hard one more time, I'm coming up there and I'm punching you in the head, And I'm just like, this motherfucker, man. Like I quit. I mentally quit that band every day. And yeah, that tour was so much fun and like the worst time of my life at the same time.
Oh man.
Because you finally get to that point where I'm in a signed band. I'm on a major tour. We're playing giant venues in front of a ton of people and it sucks. And it was awful. Because you're not bros. Like the guys in 12 Volt Negative Earth, we were all 18, 19 years old, starting the band together, moving on up through the ranks or whatever. And so I was like 23 in Primer. I was still the youngest in that band, but they had already gone through much more and they all hated each other. They were like, they were just like constantly fighting every day. But the one thing that they could pick on is the new guy, like that little, and not even on the same level, but that Jason Newstead, how they all just picked on him. Like it was totally that. And like I would sit there literally like this is like Discman days, but I would have my headphones in and I knew that they knew if I had my headphones in, I couldn't hear them. So they wouldn't fuck with me. So even if the CD went off or my batteries died, it was like, I would just leave my headphones in because it was like the only peace and quiet I ever got. And as soon as I took it out, they're like, hey, like fucking with me. And I remember we were in like El Paso and we were about to go to LA. A couple of days later, we were going to do a photo shoot from Metal Edge magazine and all this stuff. And they finally sat me down. They're like, dude, you got to start dressing cooler and all this other crap. And because I was totally in that like Metallica mindset of just like getting up on stage and whatever. And like, they're like, you need to wear more black and blah, 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 which is funny because now all I wear is black. But they even like, they were wearing eyeliner and all this other stuff. And like, so they were wearing eyeliner and they're like, it's like stage stuff and it looks cool. And it did look cool. Don't get me wrong. But then like when I finally broke down and like did the eyeliner, they were like, "What would your dad think of you right now if he saw you putting on eyeliner?" I'm like, dude, you guys like pressured me into all this crap, and now you're giving me even more crap because I'm doing it. It was insane. But
damn.
But honestly, it was looking back on it, it was fun. By the time we got to, we did a whole loop around the entire country, that first tour. And I was hoping it would go on for much longer, but we broke up like right after that tour. But it was a learning experience. It was cool seeing some of I found footage of that tour, like shows early in the tour are really bad. And like, shows later in the tour on my part are really good. They turned out to be pretty awesome. But now I get to say former bass player Primer 55.
All right.
But even all the cool shit I did was in 12 volts, and that's the funny thing. It's like all the big shows I did were opening for bands, when I was in 12 volt. But somehow the Primer thing was bigger.
What was
was 12 volt broken up by the time you joined Primer, or was that something you left to join Primer?
Well, this is what the story is I met the guys in Primer like on their first album, and I really liked Bobby. Actually, like when I really gravitated to Bobby, I was like, man, this guy's something about him. He has that quote unquote it factor. And I actually auditioned for Primer after the first album, and then I didn't get it. They obviously went with Kobe, who was on the second album.
Yeah.
And so I just, kept going with 12 volt. And then 12 volt, I think, broke up at one point. Actually, I went to play bass for Lennon. If Chris,
I remember Lennon.
Chris remembers Lennon. I did.
Yeah.
I did like 8 shows with Lennon.
She seemed like a handful to me.
Yeah, well, if you look at that first album and see who it's dedicated to, and then you'll realize why. But,
okay.
So I do that. I do like 8 shows with her. 4 of them were opening for Living Color, which was awesome.
That's awesome.
Because me being me, I grilled Vernon Reed like every day on those shows. I'm like, tell me about this, tell me about that. This is like his height of doing I Love in the 80s or whatever behind the music stuff. He was always in all those.
He was
I was seeing him all the time. And so we did we did a New Year's Eve show with Living Color in Atlanta. So that would have been 22 years ago today.
Wow.
But yeah, so we were doing those shows, and then I got off the tour, and I was like, you know what? Now I kind of see how it works, so I'm going to do 12 volts again. So we got the band back together. We were really pushing, but just the same stuff came up. And so I just like one day went to the practice space, loaded up all my gear. When everybody showed up for practice, I'm like, I'm out. And I drove off. And then I don't know if you guys almost broke up the podcast at one point. So you get like so angry and you're like, but then you think about it and you're like, you know what? Actually, let's keep this together. And you guys obviously kept it together.
Yeah.
So I got so angry with the band, I packed up all my gear and drove off. And I was like, as soon as I drove off, it like everything just like left my body. And I'm like, all right, I'm good. And so I called or talked to him a day or two later. And I was actually like, you know what? My bad. Let's do this. And actually our guitar player is like, no, you quit. You're good. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I knew like 4 people in the music business, like well enough to email. This is 2002-ish. And I'd already had a little bit of a relationship with Bobby. So I texted him or emailed him and I was like, hey, I'm out of my band right now. If you know anybody that needs a bass player, let me know. And he wrote me back. He's like, hey, I'm thinking about doing this side project. Come up to Louisville and let's go over these demos or whatever. So I drove up here and we drove around town and he was playing me these demos. They could have been farts on the snare drum at that point. I was like, I was in because I liked him. I believed in what he was doing. He was already in a signed band, but I mean, they were good demos. Don't get me wrong. And I was like, I'm in. He's like, okay, well, let me go do this last Primer 55 tour. And when I get back, we'll do these demos. We'll start this new band.
Right.
I was like, all right, yeah, that sounds great to me. Let's do that. So I went back to Nashville. I was actually working at Domino's, delivering pizza. And one day I get a phone call. He's like, "Hey, can you learn the Primer 55 set by like Tuesday?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "All right, well, learn it. You're in the band." Because I guess Kobe didn't want to do one of the last tours. So I was like, well, fuck. So I basically went in, quit dominoes, learned the set. And then about a week later, we were on the road, and our first show was Lemoore in Brooklyn. So
wow.
Yeah.
Legendary club.
Like Julia from Fuse was there. It was like this whole thing. And I fucked up every song. And I was like, it was one of those nights.
That's wild.
So yeah, when I quit 12 Volts, I didn't have a gig, but I did have a couple of connections, and I just, me being me, I was like, help me, like, let's figure something out.
That's a trip.
Right on, man. It's cool to see how you were able to take your initiative from those times of, like you said, the internet in its infancy, and kind of take that and turn it into what you've done with your podcasting.
Yeah, I mean, and I think honestly, just like they're those early connections of the touring world, and playing in certain bands and playing around people. And then what's funny is the guy, when I left to go to Primer, the guy that replaced me in 12 Volt is now the bass player of Five Finger Death Punch. So it's like,
Chris Cale.
Yeah, Chris Cale was the bass player in 12 Volt Negative Earth after me. And it's funny, in the CD that he did with 12 Volt, it's like, in the thank yous, his thank you to me is, "Thank you for leaving so I can chase my dream," or something like that.
Wow.
It's like one of those things. So, but him and I were always close because he and I played shows when I was in 12 Volt. He was in a band called Cut Love Kill. They were out of Lexington, so we traded shows a lot. And so I always say, like, those first 10 episodes of Talk to Me were like, "Hey, I'm thinking about starting a podcast. Would you be a guest on it?" Chris Cale, Fred Corey, Alexis from Straight Line Stitch, like all those people that were kind of in the scene around the same time. Virus from Dope, obviously easy get for me, and Steve from Skin Lab, and it's like all those bands we toured with, and people we were around all the time, and just and that kind of goes back to just don't be a dick.
Right.
I think there's so many guys in bands that are in bands now that they aren't the most technically proficient players. They're just not assholes, and I think that's what most people, like most band leaders in bands, want. Someone competent enough to play the music, but also just don't be a dick.
Yeah.
Goes a long ways.
Virus is the brother of D.A. Carcos, who was, goes back very early in the Decibel Geek history, too, who was a guest. He helped hook me up with Jerry Gaskell from King's X. So, it's a small world, but
it really is.
But, like the Primer 55 thing, it's cool, though, that you went on to that because, 12 Volt did well, but never fully broke out of Nashville. And there was a great metal scene here in Nashville, like 12 Volt and War Within, and several other bands were. It
was like Submethod and
Submethod was a great band.
Well, even and they came from Community Spoon, and there was Shun.
Yep.
It was like even there was a metal scene, but there was always just a good a camaraderie scene with like Java Christ and Fair Verona and like all those bands.
Yep.
There's so many bands back then that just we all played together.
And that's kind of what that
was a very 90s thing.
Well, that's what I've noticed over the years is every few years there'll be a pack of bands that will get together and be tight with each other, and we'll start a scene, and then it dies, and then another group of bands will start together, and then it dies, and because before I started Decibel Geek, it was local bands, I was in one of them, and it was just like you'd get momentum, and then it would die, and Nashville still kind of suffers from that same fate. I know like a lot, Karabi and Kiefer and everybody moved here. But, for like homegrown bands, it never fully takes off. It's like you'll get close, but it never fully takes off to where it like explodes. But that may be across the nation. I don't know. Since Seattle, we really haven't seen an actual scene explode. So
right,
it might be a thing because of the internet. I don't know. What do you think on that? Do you think the internet has killed actual scenes?
Well, I think if you look back on it, I mean, obviously when I joined like 12 Volt Negative Earth, I mean, I know we're getting into really minute band stuff, but when I joined Adrenaline Hammer, they had been a band for about a year and they had a following enough to, to pull a couple hundred people at a small club. Right. And so, I joined the band, we do a couple shows under that name, we changed our name. So we've already got kind of a built-in crowd to build into. But I mean, I think with like even, you kind of look at podcasts this way or bands or anything now, the instant gratification, if it's not there right away, people quit. Like 12 Volt was a band for 6 years before I left. Like we started it, we went through the ups and downs, we played big shows, we opened for the Misfits and we opened for this band, we opened for that band. It was like, we opened for Limp Bizkit and The Urge and Stuck Mojo and all those bands back then. So it was like we were building and building and building, but it was always like, building to something over the years. But now it's like, I think I see so many bands, like they pop up together, they do some stuff. And if they don't take off instantly, they just quit, like so quick. There have been so many bands you'll get hey, Decibel Geek, I'm in this band. We come on your show and we're pushing. And then all of a sudden you look back on them and they've already broke up. It's like we're almost in too much of an instant gratification world.
Yeah, that's a big part of it.
And that translates to podcasts too, in the same way where, you get some young person into the world of podcasting, not a young person, but new to the genre and thinking, wow, these guys can do it. I can do it too. And then they put out their first episode. And I remember Chris and I like high-fiving over 50 listeners.
Yeah.
We were so excited that even 50 people would listen to us when we first started. And then like now, if we said, what'd the new episode do? 50 listeners. I'd be like, quit. What happened? What the hell? What's going on? But I don't know, maybe it's different because I didn't expect nothing, right. And so 50 listeners was fucking awesome, and now, like I said, 50 listeners would be like, something's wrong, something's wrong with the feed. But
yeah, we got 55 for the last episode. So.
Yeah, okay, good. As long as we're above that average, we're doing good. But I think, kind of in the same way where like people think they're going to start a podcast and their very first episode is going to get 3,000 listeners. It doesn't generally work that way. I mean, we're almost to 8,000 likes on Facebook, but how many years has it taken us to get there? It's very grassroots, just like a band. You got to get out there and play. You got to get the right people to see you. Somebody that's there that night goes, how many of them people that seen the band go, I love it, I want to follow it, I want to do more of it. And how many people go, yeah, that was all right, but I'll probably never check them out again. And it's really kind of the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it. If you look at it even in your personal life, when you listen, the way you listen to music, I got into Metallica on the Black album. That's 5 albums in. And one of their biggest fans wasn't even basically conscious of music when their first album came out. So you gotta think like the probably one of the biggest Decibel Geek listeners ever hasn't even thought about podcasts yet. They're 2 or 3 years away from getting that job that they can listen to podcasts at or something. So it's such a weird thing to think about. Even Primer 55 being in that band, kind of at the end of the major big run, and then in the beginning of the kind of quote unquote reunion era, there was a lot of time in there where we were kind of how we looked at, not we as an Aaron, obviously, but like we looked at the hair metal guys in the 90s where it's like, or even we talked about Overkill earlier. Overkill played 328 to like 200 people in in 95. But now they would pack a room because the nostalgia.
Well, I don't know, man. Nashville's a weird animal.
Well, I'm just saying, like, they're bigger now than they were then.
Yeah.
And like even today, I was listening to a podcast and they were talking about the 50 essential new metal albums of all time, and Primer's on that list. You know, it's like there was a time where we tried to do wow, yeah, actually keep that question up. But there was a time where we couldn't draw anybody at Joe's Bar and Grill, but now there's a big interest in, because we talked about doing a quote unquote 20th anniversary of the debut album tour, and that was getting a lot of traction. So it's like the nostalgia meets the love of the band kind of thing, kind of popping back up. And you know, just for that band to even be on a 50 essential albums of any type is crazy, and to be associated with that is awesome. Right. You know,
yeah, that's cool as hell.
So to answer the question, my dad, when he was 44, not interested in new music. I will say that. Yeah, was not a fan. What about you guys?
Let's see. My dad, at the age where I am now, going, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why do you like Kiss, and why do you like wrestling, and what is going on with this kid?
I think my dad at my age was still a huge music fan, but I don't think he was definitely not searching out new music. I think he over the years kind of kept his ears open to newer stuff. But you know, when I'm got to think when I was listening to Metallica and Megadeth and Slayer, he wasn't borrowing my cassettes, you know, like that type stuff. So, but you know, it's always funny. I kind of look back to it now and try to think about my dad, what my dad's podcast would be about. You know, like if he did podcasts at my age, like, you know, would he be breaking down like Elton John records or something, you know, like, or the Beatles or something?
I remember playing my dad some Danzig one time, you know, and thinking this will appeal to him. And he's like, yeah, I guess I could kind of see it's sort of like Elvis, I guess. And then I played him Helmet one time because I thought it would appeal to the Sabbath fan in him. And he was like, yeah, this is kind of all right. But yeah, my dad was, I don't know, my dad would just kind of listen to whatever was on the radio. But when he was younger, he had all these awesome albums around when I was a kid. You know, he had the Sabbath, the Zeppelin. I mean, he had Beach Boys, he had the Doors, you know, all kinds of cool stuff. But I think at that point, I mean, my dad wasn't watching Headbangers Ball or trying to keep up on nothing cool or new coming out.
What happened to Ryan Seacrest, sir? He just fucking flew the coop.
Ryan Seacrest.
But no, my dad gave me the like the sheet music for like Bob Dylan, the Beatles, Rolling Stones, Mamas and the Papas. Like I learned a lot of my first guitar chords on that stuff.
Say, if you're going to be around here making all that noise, at least try to play some songs that I like.
Yeah, but I mean, he was really into the 60s stuff. But I remember, and I've told this story on the show before, I was watching Kiss's performance of Firehouse on the Mike Douglas show in 74. I was watching that on a bootleg video. And he walked into the room and he was like, oh, they're doing like Beatles harmonies on this. And he was like, he was kind of like, that's kind of cool. And like, that was like the most acceptance my dad ever had for Kiss. But I was like, but that still sticks with me to this day, you know? But like, he got me into the first chords I learned were from him, from like House of the Rising Sun and Earth Angel, C, A minor, F and G. Stuff like that, you know, like, so like he got me into the roots of rock and roll, and then I kind of took it from there. But like he didn't like the Rat or the Motley Crue. He did love Welcome to the Jungle by Guns N' Roses, though. Yeah, he loved that song because like that was. Do you remember the movie Lean on Me with Morgan Freeman?
Yeah, he
loved that movie, and like they used that song to kind of show how everything kind of degraded over the 20, 30 years, you know, when that guy came in. And, but yeah, he loved that. He did like early Guns N' Roses. I will give him that. Oh, we got Ryan Seacrest back with us.
Hey,
Ryan, are we ready to count down to the new year yet?
I looked down at my timer on my computer here. I get 10 minutes here in the Eastern time zone. So
Yeah.
that's when you know 2021 is going to be good, when you're talking to these three chuckleheads.
Yeah, but we got nothing else to do. Like I said, my wife's tending bar and I'm getting drunk, so it doesn't matter.
Is she still tending bar like you thought she would be?
Exactly. What did I tell you?
It's all part of the plan.
You know, I was looking back on this Ryan Peck. He said he's waiting for the Boise, Iowa scene to explode. Obviously,
you'll be waiting a while.
But you know, the Iowa scene, you know, like Des Moines, Iowa was a hotbed for Primer 55 fans.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It was. We could go there today and you know, sell out a venue.
Well, it's the birthplace of Slipknot.
That's right.
So, they love metal. I'll give them that.
But yeah, it's always funny to kind of go back and think about, you know, it was funny today. Obviously, at my grandmother's funeral, we had a bunch of they put up the collage of photos from my family through the years, and you know, pictures of her, but like, you know, just looking at my parents and my aunts and uncles all in the, you know, the 70s and the 80s, you know, like they totally would have been in just like some Black Oak, Arkansas back then or something, you know.
Yeah.
They were looking pretty rocking.
Yeah,
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
It reminds me, I gave Aaron some vinyl because like Aaron's collecting live albums from hard rock bands, and I picked up a Black Oak, Arkansas live vinyl as like a double album, and I gave it to him, and then I was like, I'm gonna go check that out and see, you know, check it out on Spotify because I do everything digitally pretty much now. I was like, holy shit, this fucking vinyl album's amazing. So like, you know. I was like, I kind of felt bad for giving it to him, but yeah, it was like that's a great live band right there. You know, Jim Dandy was a bit of a kook, but you know, really, really good stuff.
One thing I always remember about seeing like a video of that band in their heyday was the bass player, and the band's playing, and they're Black Oak, Arkansas. But if you turn down the volume, you would think the bass player was in Slayer or Metallica or something, because he's just going nuts, you know. And he's a man unto himself on this stage full of people. But that bass player is just going crazy. He looked like he was in a thrash metal band if you didn't know no better.
Well, you know who's playing drums on that stuff, right?
Tommy Aldrich.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I love looking back on all that old stuff. You know, there's no rules. There's no, we're all going to choreographically headbang to this, or we're going to, 1, 2, 3 jump on that. You know, it was just like, there was like this dude and there was that dude, and they were just doing their thing and, doing whatever they wanted, man. It was crazy.
Well, I listened to it, and I've listened to several of their studio records, but like live, they really captured the whole sound of that band, and really great band, and one of those bands that like very underrated band, especially live for the 70s. And I got to meet Jim Dandy backstage at the Poison Cheap Trick show at the local amphitheater a couple of years ago. And he was hanging out there backstage meeting Ricky Rocket. And like I was going there to meet Ricky, and I got in because of our friend Cher Bach. And she was like, holy shit, you got to talk to this guy. This is Jim Dandy from Black Oak, Arkansas. And like I didn't think anything of it at the time, and it was a pleasure to meet him. But like I went back and listened, I'm like, holy fuck. Like just not even vocally, but like his stage moves, like David Lee Roth completely ripped that guy off. Like that dude was a huge influence on a lot of people that came after him, and like he does not get the due that he deserves, for sure.
So I can remember we were talking about him one time, and we always joke about our one female lister, Kristen Schimbeck, and she was like checking out some old footage from the 70s and was like, that dude is so hot. He's like, well, that was Van Halen. That was David Lee Roth before, Van Halen was
like
such
him.
a thing. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he was like more flamboyant vocally than David Lee Roth was, but yeah, like that, a great fucking band, and Tommy Aldrich is still playing drums today. It's crazy.
Yeah. and one of the best of all time.
Yeah.
That's like when you watch those old like Us festival shows and things like that, and like the band, like you look at old Black Sabbath, just like watching them play during the day with people sitting on lawn, sitting on blankets in the lawn and stuff. It's pretty nuts, man.
Yeah, it's.
I love that stuff.
Well, like Toomey, what do you think? What's the like? If you had to say, what's the pinnacle of concert experiences you had? Who was it?
I mean, obviously, it's going to be stuff like Pantera, White Zombie.
Yeah.
Back in the, just that, like that time period of just going to the shows and like that, just mystique of everything. Obviously, doing what you guys do, doing what I do, you kind of look behind the curtain a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little bit of a showmanship going on here and there, but like back then it was just like larger than life stuff and things like that. It was pretty nuts, man.
Did you see them on the Great Southern Trendkill tour in Nashville?
Who was? I mean, I'm sure I did. Which openers on that one?
I don't know who was opening because I showed up after they'd started playing, but like it was at Starwood and they had closed off the Grass Hill. Were you at that show?
I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure I was.
Yeah,
I think I saw them every time they came through.
It was a very frustrating show to attend because during those days I still liked to do mosh pits, and they weren't letting people do mosh pits. It's like they had the whole hill closed off, and we showed up to like a bunch of us at MTSU were like, well, let's just go down and see Pantera play. I have no idea who the opening act was, but we showed up and they were like, well, the grass area is sold out, so you have to buy reserved seat tickets.
Yeah.
The truth was they didn't sell enough tickets on the reserved seats, so they closed off the grass seats.
Right.
And so we're like, well, fuck it, we'll buy reserved seats and we'll go up on the grass and we'll mosh. And we bought the tickets and we went in, and the grass seats was completely like roped off. And we went in and we were watching it, and like they were kicking ass. They were great. Phil was high as fuck on heroin or some shit. But the band was great, and but they were throwing people out for dancing and shit. Like I saw a couple of guys I went to high school with, and they were getting thrown out for dancing. And it was like it was a very frustrating show because Phil was like making fun of Daryl and Vinnie during the songs. I don't know if you were at that show, but like he was great when he performed, but like in between the songs, he was being a complete asshole to everybody between songs. And I think that was during his heroin phase. And it was not easy to watch. I remember that for sure.
Hey, Toomey, you got about 3 minutes till Happy New Year. I'm actually going to take off this time for real.
Is he Eastern time?
I just got a text from my wife. She's awake. She's ready to jump into the new year. I'm ready to.
Oh, that's too much information, man.
Jump into the new year. Like, you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. That's too much
dirty minds on people listening to this show. All right. I love you guys. Happy New Year. 2021 is going to kick ass.
Happy New Year, Camaro.
All right. I'll see you guys later.
See you later.
So I'm trying to find it. I mean, it looks like Great Southern Trendkill Tour was the co-headlining with White Zombie.
Oh, was it White Zombie?
So
I showed up late to that show. I didn't even see a White Zombie.
No, well, White Zombie closed those shows because of their stage production.
There's no way.
No, they did.
Because I was at that show really late, though. It was like 9 to 11 or some shit for Pantera.
Yeah.
Hey, guys.
Really?
We got a special surprise guest.
What's up?
In the waiting room here.
Bring him on.
So give me a thumbs up if you're ready.
I'm drunk. Why not?
He ain't even listening. All right, let's bring him on.
I sent out a couple of things, so let's see who we got.
Who we got?
One big disappointment. That's what you got.
It's Drew. What's up, Drew?
What's going on?
Mr. Bang Tango documentary man himself.
Yeah, we're just we're drinking and ringing in the new year. How you doing, man?
Doing good. It's actually about to do a discount special thing with Ellis and stuff, and that like autographed copies of the book and all that. So I was like, might as well hop on and bam. There's like ellisonstore.com. There's gonna be discounts and stuff. We're gonna put it up in Dave's thing in a few minutes. Oh, it's almost 2021. Look at that.
Yeah, look at that. I
So
think you and I are both Eastern time.
You guys are both Eastern time?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, Happy New Year to you.
Me and Drew need to hang out. We're like 2 hours. We're like an hour and a half apart from each other.
You guys should hang out.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
I got my Megadeth.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New Year.
Oh, there's the sound effects.
So Drew, I need to talk to you more about this Bang Tango documentary, man.
Sure.
So it's kind of funny knowing you, like, and being able to message you during the thing. But I was watching, YouTube the other night, and I was like, you know what, I need to watch this Bang Tango documentary.
It's great.
And just kind of sit down with it, and it's funny. I told you that I think that most of the dudes in Bang Tango, for the most part, kept themselves together. They actually all looked pretty good, for being older rock dudes.
Yeah, they still do too. Like Kyle, that dude's, I'm pretty sure he drinks virgin's blood and he's a vampire.
Oh yeah, that Kyle guy, he definitely didn't age a day.
No, yeah, he looks exactly the same like he did back then. He just has black hair like everybody else does in the movie. But,
I texted you that. I was like, did everyone freshly dye their hair black for this documentary?
that was one of the prerequisites to being interviewed.
Yeah. Bang Tango's one of those bands, and I don't know if you've listened to the show enough to know that I didn't know about hair metal at that moment, and even like the hit songs that you guys talked about and stuff. I'm just like, I have no idea what this song is, but it's funny to watch a band like that, because Chris, I was talking to you about that earlier on those Primer 55 tours we did, in 2007. I mean, we were playing Joe's Bar and Grill to like 8 people, but now those Primer albums are on top 50 new metal band albums of all time kind of list. So it's like that Bang Tango era stuff. They had the huge success, and then they continued on way past their prime, and they
playing to 8 people at bars.
They were. I always said we played a lot of shows with Bar and Grill in the title of the venue.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I always got that band name wrong too. It was half the time. It was like Bango Tango and all that. There's one time. There's one time we played this place. It was literally a dive bar. I won't say where, but they had to move like a pool table out of the way to set up the instruments. There's no stage. Joe's like, "Where's the stage?" The opening band had a trailer in the parking lot, and Joe's looking at it. It's like, "Is the stage in there?" And and there's actually video footage on YouTube, and you can see like the neon lights. Well, they on the drink special board behind the bar, it said Bang Tango $5. People were walking up and trying to order Bang Tango as if it were a drink. But that was can I get one of them Bang Tangos for $5? Like, turn around, they're playing right now. I can't taste it.
Joe going to drink it first.
Yeah, exactly. If there was a Bang Tango drink, he'd definitely drink them all, especially at that time.
I picked up on a tour one time with this band, and the band is irrelevant, but we ended up in Virginia Beach, I believe, and the club was like, "We can't really pay you guys, but you guys get half off your bar tab." And I was like, "Fuck yeah!" And but you settled it up at the, I think they did pay us, but we also got half off our drinks or something.
Nice.
So at the beginning of the night, that sounds awesome, but I'm a terrible drinker. So when I drink, and so I remember we were loading out. And I was drinking like screwdrivers all night. I was buying people drinks. I was like, let's just having a good time. And we were loading up the van, and our singer went to go settle up. And I was like, dude, I think we just need to leave. Because whatever we made tonight probably doesn't cover my dumb ass for what we drank tonight.
Oh yeah. I've definitely been there for sure. Especially like Bang Tango. We show up to like the gig like the night before the show and just like wreak havoc. Back when I drank, I don't drink anymore, but yeah, oh man, there's a whole show on YouTube, and it was in my mind, it was just it's hysterically legendary. But it's from Slide Bar in California, And throughout the show, you can see, this is back when Joe drank. You can see him progressively getting more and more drunk. At one point, he turns around and like magically, like poof, like there's like a giant cartoon-sized mug of beer like this big, and he's like just taking little sips, and it looks like it's like the size of him. And that was the same night. I was new in the band at that point, so I had to take care of him. So it was like my job to take care of Joe, make sure he doesn't get tased or whatever. And so I had to I had to make sure he ate, and so I had my own room, so he was back in my room, and I had him, he was, a little worse for wear. He was kind of like, oh, and so I made sure he ate, and then I just, went to bed. His room was like a couple rooms away, and his wife was actually there too. And I actually wrote about this in my book. And so then I wake up the next morning, and I look over, and Joe's there, laying next to me, fully clothed, with the sunglasses on and everything. And as I'm waking up and confused, he starts to wake up and look over. And he takes off his sunglasses and he's like, "You're not my wife." And then he's like, "Oh God, my wife's gonna kill me." And then he runs out of the room. So he never went back to his room last night. So who knows what his wife was thinking, what's going on. Little did she know, he spent the night with a strapping young lad. And so he comes back a couple months later. He's like, "Dude, I think I'm getting divorced, man. Fuck."
So his wife's divorcing him because he was banging you.
Yeah, exactly. He banged my tango.
There you go.
Been there, done that.
That's how I got on the podcast right now.
That Bang Tango documentary is one of the coolest fucking rock documentaries I've ever seen.
I appreciate it.
Well, no, seriously, because it's a very warts and all portrayal of what that band has gone through. And, I'm happy to see that Joe and the guys have, really kind of pulled it together to really do something, because between the first album and was it Psycho Cafe was the second one. There's some great stuff there, but like they definitely got shoehorned into that whole glam rock thing, which they were very different than those bands,
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's like the label didn't know how to market them. They were on MCA Mechanic, and by that time, I mean, they were getting a lot of traction too. Like people like genuinely liked them. They dug what they were doing, and they were as like their own thing. Kind of like a Faith No More at that time too, because Faith No More, you listen to any Faith No More album, they doing thrash, they're doing R&B, they're doing a little bit of everything, And Bang Tango was a bit more consistent with their sound, but people dug them, and that third album that never came out in America, Love After Death, is just incredible. It's so heavy, and I think if that would have came out, it would have done really, really well for them for sure. But they ended up getting dropped around that time and ended up breaking up in a weird way. They did a European tour, and as they said, they played in front of like 3 people and a dog half the time. And then they came back and they just kind of just went boop, like that was it. And then a couple months later, Joe just kind of kept it going. And then, but I'm glad they're back together though with the original guys, because I was like, even when I first started doing the documentary, I was begging them, I was like, "You guys need to do this, at least like one show." But it looks like they're in it for the long run now, so that's it's back home. I was just keeping their seat warm when I was there, and they know that.
Yeah. But I mean, like that early '90s period where there were so many great records that got released that never got any attention.
Like White Trash, that's another one.
Yeah, White Trash, Spread Eagle. There was Warrior Soul. There were so many good records that got released. Like, I mean, you're a bit younger than me, Drew, but I mean, like, how did you get into this stuff to start with?
My older brother, he's 11 years older, and I got an older sister too. She's like 7 years older, and so like I won't say what year I was born. I don't want to upset anybody, but they always had Headbangers Ball on, and so like some of my earliest memories are like just Ricky Rackman and just just all the Megadeth, Faith No More, Bang Tango and all that, and so it was just kind of, I had no choice but to get into it, and it just loved everything ever since, and so it's always been a part of the DNA, and so I blame my older siblings for sure. It's all their fault.
There's that part I was texting you about with the singer that kind of came out of nowhere and gets up and sings with him, and he's got his shirt tucked into his trip pants and cracking me up or whatever. But like that story about just going to the show and your singer's not there, so what do you do?
Right.
Like they're like that. We did a Primer 55 tour in 2007, and one night we lost our singer. Like he just wandered off.
I've been there
off in Chicago, and nobody knew where he went. It was after the show, and we all went to bed that night not knowing where he went. And we woke up the next day, he was in nobody's room. And we go out to the van to go to the next town. He's laying up against the van, like asleep on the tire.
Oh my God.
And we just open the van up. He crawls in the van. We go to the next town. But I mean, those stories hit almost too close to home. Like how people got mad about Spinal Tap. That movie's making fun of us. Like the Bang Tango documentary hit that nerve. I was like, oh, I don't want to go back to those moments.
Yeah, exactly. It's like once you've experienced it once, that's usually enough right there.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh man. Yeah, there's so many stories. It's one time we're playing in I think it was like Salt Lake City, and Joe had these new like cowboy boots, and he was actually kind of sober when we started off the show. And like 3 songs in during the song My Favorite Nine, there's like an instrumental break, and Joe takes a step back and like very slowly falls into the drum set. It took him like 5 minutes to fall down. and nobody skips a beat. The drummer's still going. His kit's demolished. Joe's still falling down. And I'm laughing my ass off. And then and Joe gets back up, and they fix the drum set and all that and everything. It took him like just as long to get back up. It was like a whole it was hysterical. After the show, I was like, dude, what happened? He was like, the drummer, his name was Timmy, and Joe was like, man, all I could think the whole time was, how long is this going to go on for? And how soon am I going to be seeing Timmy? And, there's pictures of the aftermath on my Facebook somewhere too. But it was just, I just remember him just very slowly, like the Matrix, falling down into the drum set. And then he didn't miss a lyric or nothing. He jumped back up. It was amazing. So like there's stuff like that. It's a very fond memory. And I love Joe so much. Even though he hates the Bang Tango movie, like he's publicly said, even though he loved it after he first watched it, he was like, Drew, the truth always hurts, and I really needed to see this. It was nice to see my life, my career from a different perspective. Yeah. And then like a couple of days later, I ended up joining the band and all that. Even though it was like the movie Ted, like during the job interview, where Ted's like, they're like, yeah, fuck you and your wife, and he doesn't want that job, and he's like pretty much telling the guy to fuck off, and then he's like, you got balls, you're hired. That's kind of how it was. And but in recent years, he doesn't want to talk about the movie. He doesn't even like really acknowledge it or nothing. But I love him. He's always he's the reason I've been able to do all this other stuff, because he's the one that came up to be like, hey, what's that in your hand? And I was like, oh, it's called the camera. And then 4 years later, a documentary happened.
Yeah. So are you still tied to those guys, or is it not the case anymore?
Oh, I still talk to him. I talk to Mark Knight all the time. He's got a new album coming out. I talk to all the original guys. I talk to every once in a while. Joe, he sucks at technology, but whenever he does figure it out, he says what's up. And Lance and Timmy and all them. And I was just talking to Lance a couple weeks ago. And and Rowan, me and Rowan, really close. I love Rowan Robertson. He was the other guitar player while I was there, and he's just a wonderful human being. They all really are.
I need to talk to you about getting him to Rockin' Pod in 2021.
You got it, absolutely. I'm sure he'd be thrilled. Like, and everybody's gonna love him. He's like,
well,
he's like a Monty Python skit. He's adorable.
Well, I mean his connection with Dio, and Dio thought very highly of him, and amazing guitar player. So, but yeah, I would love to talk to him. And also, I see that you and Ellison are doing is it Crypticon in Minneapolis?
Oh yeah, we're doing Minneapolis and Kansas City.
Yeah, so that'll be cool. I think Megadeth's tour schedule is going to kind of cross lines with Rockin' Pod. So that's a bit of a bummer, but
we'll see where the tour stuff's at right now, because and all that's kind of up in the air, and a lot of the things scheduled is more so like wishful thinking, especially tours. I know they've been pulling off a these conventions though. They've been doing them, and some way somehow. So hopefully Rockin' Pod could definitely it could definitely happen.
I'd love to have you and Dave back. There was a lot of great feedback for that. But
absolutely. I'm there whenever you want me, man. I'll be, whether I'm a guest or not, I'll be there.
Yeah, no, we'd love to have you back.
Me up on the way.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that sounds good to me. Absolutely.
Yeah. See, Rockin' Pod's easy for me every year because I'm here.
Right. Yeah. It's in your backyard, pretty much.
Yeah, but yeah, so like that'd be cool. But so like Zen from Mars, I gotta ask for Aaron Camaro's behalf because he really, really wants to hear these tracks. What's going on with that?
That's it's just about done. I think we're just waiting around one more track to be mixed, and then we're actually going to shop that around, as well as we're done with the Lucid stuff, and so yeah, 2021 will be the year for Zen from Mars for sure. I know Chip's been excited about getting that out and Bryn and all that, and but yeah, a lot of love went into that one for sure. Like it's been a long time coming, and yeah, I mean it's and just Steven Shiro, he just came out with a new solo album actually too. It's really good. It's called Silver Linings.
Yeah.
And but yeah, definitely 2021 for ZFM.
Cool.
And,
yeah.
Well, 2021 now, Drew. Where is it at?
Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, well maybe 2022.
Well, I want to get you guys back for because I'm going to get Chip and Steven to come for Rockin' Pod too.
Cool.
So I mean, it would be cool to have all of you guys involved. But yeah, I mean that'd be cool. I know Aaron legitimately wants to hear those songs. So
absolutely.
If you don't release it, you need to at least send it to us.
I think I did send him some mixes a little while back, right after we did our interview. I think I sent him a couple.
Awesome.
And but yeah, I'll get back with him and see if you checked them out. We'd love to know what he thinks. Well, it'd be funny if he was like, "Man, this stuff sucks."
No, I don't think that he can legally say that anything sucks when it comes to like Chip's enough. So.
Oh yeah, Chip's all over those tracks. He does a lot of the backing vocals and everything. Yeah, Chip's. I love Chip and his trim and his brothers and bridge trucks full of money.
Take a shot every time Chip says trim.
Oh, we'd be on the floor. We'd all be Joe Lestay right now in 2017.
You'd be about as drunk as I am right now.
One last Bang Tango movie thing. I was watching it, and like there was a couple of just like the most beautiful edits I've ever seen, where it's like Joe Lestay is like, "Yeah, I wonder how that's going for him," and then the next cut is like, "Life's pretty good." It's like
I'm glad you caught on to that. That's so cool you caught on to that because that was totally intentional.
I was like, I see that. I see what you did there. It's like, oh yeah, I wonder how that's going for him, and he's like, oh, actually, it's going pretty well.
And the tension too, even though they're not even in the same room, there's still tension. I always thought that was really cool. And I remember when I screened the movie, I probably told the story before, but in Chicago, it was Joe's first time seeing it. And as he's saying all that stuff on screen, he's standing up and points at himself at the screen and goes, "I didn't say that," as he's saying it. And so it was hysterical.
Too good.
Yeah,
it was great.
Alcohol.
Gentlemen, I gotta jump off here. I gotta get upstairs and give the wife a 17-minute late kiss.
I gotta go do the same thing actually.
All right.
I finally see Drew. I finally saw some photos of you and your lady on the set of doing the whole engagement thing. I thought that was pretty awesome.
Oh yeah, there's video of that too on YouTube.
Yeah, I think I watched the video too. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, that was very unorthodox, but very memorable. Every time we see like anybody proposing to anybody or like in a movie or something like that, we look at each other like, yeah, ours was better.
Hey, Chris, have you seen Her Name Was Krista?
I have not seen it yet.
Dude,
I'm looking forward to it.
It's been like the $2.99 on Amazon and watch it.
I will for sure. I didn't know it was out yet, but I would definitely check it out.
It's like the joint right now. Everybody's been passing it around and be like, you got to take a hit of this. Her name was Krista. It'll mess you up.
But I do want to see Drew and Teresa at Rockin' Pod 2021 for sure.
Oh, count on it. Absolutely. And we will for sure be there. We love you guys when, it's going to be a blast as always.
Awesome. Cool.
Hey, I actually saw Her Name Is Krista.
Oh, you did?
We watched it shortly after you were on the live stream last time.
Oh, cool.
Do you hate me?
It was a weird one.
definitely not for everybody, for sure. It takes a hard left turn in the last half an hour. That's for sure.
Ron will attest to like when Homeboy's going down on the corpse and like he leans up and there's like coming off his face. And my wife and I were just like, oh my God, like it's just like too much, man.
I'm waiting for somebody I recommend it to or somebody check it out and they report back to me. They're like, Drew, I have kids. What the fuck's wrong with you? I can't be your friend anymore. We can't talk anymore. We're done.
So when is Dwellers coming out then?
The first screening is February 20th this year in 2021 at the Mad Monster Party in North Carolina. I know that. Cool. And so that's just about finished. There's a couple tweaks and all. It'll be done by then because I don't got a choice but to finish it. But and there'll be physical copies like probably around like late spring, maybe early summer or something like that. We'll get a whole like release back. We're probably going to self-distribute because especially nowadays with a lot of distribution companies and all that, it's like, why add a middleman? Why create the extra thing when we already know how to put it up on Amazon? We know how to manufacture it and all that and everything. So we'll probably do it just strictly through us, and it's gonna be cool though. It's I think everybody's gonna get a kick out of that one. If you like the Bang Tango movie, I think you like Dwellers. It's kind of got the same it's got the same kind of it's like the same thing but different, if that makes sense. It's all.
Did you ever get in touch with Josh Vargas?
I sent him a message. I friended him on Facebook and sent him a message. I haven't heard back yet though. But yeah, it's definitely looking forward to checking out some more of his stuff. I know he probably really like Her Name Is Krista.
Oh yeah.
So what'd you say you got going on with the Rockstar Hitman?
Oh, actually, right now I just threw it up on Dave's Facebook. It's we got the discount codes for signed paperbacks, signed hardcovers, and a discount code for stage used bases that Dave has. And so I think it's like 10% off the base and 20% off the books. And so that's for the next 24 hours at ellisonstore.com.
Check it out, guys.
All right, I'm out. It's been fun, Chris. It's been
Hey, thanks so much, Ryan Seacrest. It was great to catch up with you,
Mr. Seacrest. And I got to get going too myself. It is fine. I haven't shaved, and so I look like one of the hobos in Dwellers.
You look as hobo-ish as the rest of us, so it's all good.
I like it.
I stopped shaving like right when the lockdown started. So.
Oh, that's awesome. It looks good on you.
Thank you. Now I could be in your next movie, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, everybody's going to be. Anybody who wants to be a part. If you want to do another one,
Neely in it, but you didn't ask me. That's all right.
Hey, you said it. I didn't.
No, you know what? I tell you what though. I tell you what. If you guys want to do like because I could do like a montage thing like at the end, and so I could anybody who wants to be part of it.
We're just giving you shit.
No, I'm serious.
Yeah. We'll come to Nashville. Let's film some stuff in Nashville next August.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
that would be
of
fun.
Course.
Have a bunch of like zombie podcasters come after you or something.
The zombies are dressed up like Kiss.
Yeah.
Vinnie Vincent zombies.
You mean Vinnie Vincent? Yeah.
I could do it, and you wouldn't even have to put makeup on me.
Nah, no makeup needed.
That's all.
All right, gentlemen. Have a good night.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right. Take care, guys.
Thanks,
Happy New Year.
See you soon.
See ya.
See ya. All right. You ready to wrap this up, Rano?
And then there was two.
And then there was two. I got nothing else to do. I'm drunk, so. Man. But
I finished my Jaeger quite a while ago.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide if I want to have another vodka soda or not. But I'm probably good. But
I'm the earliest of all of you, though. I still got a couple hours for New Year's. But
yeah, I got 47 minutes here.
And I got an hour and 47 minutes then.
46 minutes now. But I think we're down to like 9 people watching, so I think we should probably wrap it up at this point. So, what do you think, Ron?
Yeah, it's been fun. It's been real
fun.
and been real fun.
It's been a good live stream, but we'll get back together next Friday, okay?
No, I definitely enjoy doing the show with you guys. This made my 2020.
Yeah, well, 2020 couldn't get much shittier, so hopefully next 2021 will be better.
Yeah, but at least I get to see you guys every week.
That's true.
Well,
all right, man.
Like you said, that's about the only human interaction I get nowadays. So,
well, next August, hopefully, we're all hanging out and interacting together. So, I'm
looking forward to it.
All right. Well, my best to Dawn and my best to the 10 of you that are still watching. And thanks for tuning in, guys.
And Happy New Year to everybody.
Happy New Year.
We'll see you next Friday.
All right. Goodbye.